armed robberies in Grand Cayman has increased significantly in recent times, and whereas many people are concerned about their safety and the need to defend themselves, and whereas a similar motion had been passed unanimously by Parliament on October the 12th, 2011, but was not taken forward by the then government. Be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the Penal Code, the Firearms Act, and any other relevant or consequential legislation to permit the importation and sale by duly licensed pharmacies and drugstores and the use of chemical sprays such as pepper spray, also known as OC spray, OC gas, or capsicum spray, and mace for self-defense and personal protection, subject to appropriate restrictions relating to age and other relevant criteria.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is seconded. Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of wishes to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When he comes back, I'll go ahead. You're going to give me the premier one?
You can lean on this one all you want. Just don't push it off.
I'm on it, Premier. Madam Speaker, when I'm talking with my constituents, it is clear that there are 4 overwhelming priorities that they want to see the government addressing. Those priorities are the cost of living crisis, housing, crime, and transport. I believe that most, if not all, members here today would recognize that list from feedback from their own constituents. On most of those issues, the government response to the legitimate concerns of our people has been, at best, late and inadequate. It is no coincidence, therefore, that there are motions from opposition members on the order paper for this session addressing the cost of living crisis and housing, while a question seeks to understand the reason for the government's silence on the outcome of its transport review. The motion that I rise to propose today addresses the 4th of those priority issues, crime. While I might characterize the government's response on the cost of living crisis and on housing as late and inadequate, that criticism cannot be leveled at them in the face of the challenges that rising crime rates are causing. Their response has not been late or inadequate, it has been non-existent. The government seems content to hide behind the governor's responsibility for policing and suggests there is little the elected officials can do about crime. Madam Speaker, we cannot accept that our hands are tied. We cannot sit idly by as Cayman's reputation as one of the safest places in the world to live, to visit, and to do business is put in jeopardy. Into the vacuum left by government inaction, my colleague, the leader of the opposition, has put forward a comprehensive plan for reducing crime and making Cayman safer. His strategy includes both short-term actions to target current problems, but also important measures that will reduce crime in the long term by cutting reoffending rates and by diverting young people at risk away from joining gangs. The leader's strategy is well thought through and based on sound evidence of action that works effectively. He acknowledges that as well as action from government, communities have a role to play themselves, and he commends activities such as Neighborhood Watch that help to keep communities safer. The motion that I am proposing today applies the same idea at the level of the individual. We all recognize that there are steps we can take that make it more difficult for criminals to target our homes, from getting a dog to fitting proper locks on doors and windows, to installing home video or an alarm system. They are well-established actions that householders can routinely take. Such actions are known as target hardening measures that they do what they say. They make it much harder for criminals to target our property, and hence these measures deter criminal activities. The RCIPS website has detailed information about the kind of measures that can be taken to make sure that your home is as secure as it can be. For those seeking advice, I recommend you look at the advice contained in the RCIPS web pages. Sadly, such measures are increasingly necessary, and we also need now to think about how we make individuals safer as they move about our islands. The RCIPS again offers some advice to individuals. While the advice is targeted specifically at runners or those out drinking, there is much more common sense advice that we could all learn from. And again, I commend it to those looking for information. However, advice to runners not to wear earphones or to avoid poorly lit areas, or advice to those out drinking to guard their cup and not leave it unattended, seem insufficient at a time when violence in our communities is becoming more of a danger. Madam Speaker, I just want to mention that a couple of weeks ago, our family business was robbed. And I haven't seen the CCTV, but my brother has. And he has told me that if the employee who was robbed, if he knows that if he had pepper spray, he would have been, not only that he would have stopped the robbery, but very likely the robber would have been caught, because it wasn't any weapon that was used. It was just a person came with a mask on and grabbed the money and took off. So the pepper spray would have helped in that case. And I don't want you to think, Madam Speaker, or anybody to think that I'm bringing this motion because of that robbery. I tried to bring a motion in 2018 and it never reached Parliament. And I mean, there's no way that I would bring a motion just on one case like that. This is a motion that was put in place. We have many motions in opposition and we bring them forward as we go along. So it's not just a off-the-cuff thing that we bring in because of a robbery. The only advice that the RCIPS offers to those in imminent danger is to make some noise. They suggest that this will startle your opponent and hopefully create an opportunity for you to escape. Alas, in my view, we are now past the point at which a strategy of shout and hope, as advocated by the RCIPS, is sufficient. As the leader of the opposition stated when talking about his approach to crime, we should recognize that, thankfully, Cayman is still a relatively safe place. The police statistics indicate that rates of violent crime and sexual offenses remain relatively low, but we are all concerned to hear the reports from across our islands of violent robberies and other attacks on persons taking place in public places. Giving individuals access to pepper spray has three potential benefits. It will help to deter attacks on individuals as a potential attacker may fear that a pepper spray could be used against them. If an attack does occur, then it gives the victim a means of self-defense that is likely to be much more effective than the currently recommended shout and hope approach. And because of those two benefits, it has a third upside of making the carrier of the spray and potentially others feel much safer. Pepper sprays are legal for self-defense in many other jurisdictions across the world, notably in the USA, where it is legal to purchase and carry pepper spray in all 50 states. Other jurisdictions that allow pepper sprays include India, Thailand, and much of Western Europe. Therefore, while I understand that there may be concerns about the idea of legalizing pepper sprays in Cayman, there is plenty of experience across the world that we can learn from. For example, the motion proposes that the importation and sale of pepper sprays should be restricted. Sprays would only be available through licensed pharmacies and drug stores, and purchase would be restricted by age and potentially by any other criteria that the government, in implementing this motion, would decide are appropriate. For example, some states in America restrict felons from purchasing or owning such sprays. It is also worth pointing out that many jurisdictions use legislation to define in what circumstances it is proper to use a pepper spray and to impose penalties for improper use. Madam Speaker, improper use is likely to be already covered by assault and/or battery offenses in our penal codes, but I would suggest that any legislation brought forward by the government in response to this motion should create specific offenses with appropriate penalties. Again, these can be modeled on previous provisions made in other jurisdictions across the world. My colleague, the member for Red Bay, has spoken previously about concerns about improper use. He may well address those issues in remarks today. While we must address those concerns, both of us believe that the time has come to make pepper sprays available in Cayman, but we should do so in a way that minimizes any potential for misuse. There is one more issue that I wish to tackle, Madam Speaker. That is the need for training. As I have said, robberies and attacks on individuals, while a major concern, are still mercifully rare. It is likely, therefore, that anyone who does find himself in a situation where use of a spray is justified is likely to be panicked, and they would be using a device with which they were not familiar and that they have no prior experience of using. An academic study by David Stribel and Anil Kumar, published in the International Journal of Industrial Ergonomics in November 2020, found that the usage instructions typically contained in the packaging tend to give insufficient information for users to discharge the device safely and effectively. They found that a first-time user has a much higher chance of misusing the spray in the moment, sometimes with significant negative consequences. In my view, therefore, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure that appropriate, professionally delivered training courses are available on island for those who intend to buy and carry a pepper spray. The government may wish to consider whether attendance at such a course should be mandatory but at least the benefits to the potential user should be clear and explicit at the point of purchase to encourage participation. Madam Speaker, as noted in our motion, it is nearly 12 years since a similar motion was passed unanimously by the then Legislative Assembly of the Cayman Islands. That motion was never acted upon. I ask Parliament once again to give this idea its unanimous support. And this time, I ask the government to act swiftly in response. Madam Speaker, certainly they should act more swiftly than they have done in response to my previous motion on stamp duty reductions that also received unanimous support. As I said at the outset, crime is a major concern in our communities. We know because people have told us that the freedom to carry a spray for self-defense would help them to feel safer. We know because the international evidence is there that we can put in place a framework to ensure that sprays can be appropriately regulated and potential misuse minimized. This is an issue of which elected officials must be seen to respond to growing public concern. And Madam Speaker, I hope all members will support this motion, and I thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member, the elected member for Georgetown South?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to deliver a brief contribution to the motion brought by the member from Georgetown West and seconded by the member from Red Bay. That is on the sale of pepper spray for self-defense and personal protection. Madam Speaker, I suspect that every female in these hallowed halls knows someone who carries, illegally, I would add, pepper spray in their purses. To do this, Madam Speaker, out of fear. Fear when living alone that someone could break into your home and attack you. We also feel fearful when returning home late at night. That walk from your car to your front door is frightening at times. You look around and hurry to the door with your key ready. Madam Speaker, I can relate to that. All the time wondering if a stranger could be inside waiting for you to attack you, just getting to your door. Or you could just be attacked just getting to your door. I know, Madam Speaker, that I share those fears. I also share that fear when walking for exercise. When I leave my home in the mornings, as a matter of fact, before the sun comes up, I open my door and pray that I will get to my car safely. Madam Speaker, years ago, if a friend didn't meet me to walk, I would walk alone. That doesn't happen anymore. If for some reason that friend doesn't show up, I get into my car and I return home. I will not venture out on my own anymore. Too often we hear of women being attacked when walking on the road. Times have changed, Madam Speaker. The Cayman Islands have changed. As the mover has noted, the police statistics indicate that reported violent crime and sexual offenses remain relatively low. Please note, Madam Speaker, that I said reported cases, for I know of some cases that go unreported. Still, we are all concerned to hear the reports from across our islands of violent robberies or other attacks on persons in public places. I recall, Madam Speaker, news reports regarding the arrest of a man in Georgetown who stalked and harassed 2 women. One of those women was assaulted on the South Church Street around 6 a.m. one morning. Madam Speaker, that is the very road that I walk on several mornings a week. That is scary, Madam Speaker. We also hear of strangers attacking people, leaving their cars after arriving home, and people being attacked while in their beds. Madam Speaker, the RCIPS have access to guns and tasers, yet are also given pepper spray to defend themselves. I firmly believe, Madam Speaker, that the women of Cayman also deserve the ability to defend themselves when attacked. In fact, Madam Speaker, I have received representation from many of my lady friends, and indeed women in my constituency, that support this motion. I would not promote gun use, Madam Speaker, but pepper spray should be made available. Our women should not be forced into importing it and carrying it illegally when this House passed the motion many years ago that it should be legalized for defense, albeit with some restrictions. Madam Speaker, in considering the motion and the advantages of pepper spray, I list the following. Pepper spray is suitable for self-defense and personal protection. It's easy to carry in a pocket or in a small purse. It's an excellent non-lethal alternative to carrying a weapon. It's an economical solution for self-defense. It could help provide opportunities to escape a dangerous situation. Just having pepper spray in your hand can scare off an attacker. Whether the threat comes from a person or an animal, there are times that persons are attacked by dogs too. Pepper spray is a highly effective deterrent that delivers immediate results. Madam Speaker, pepper spray is legal, and as the mover indicated earlier, in 50 U.S. states in some form or another, albeit with some restrictions. And it is legal for use in other countries as well. I understand that there may be concerns about legalizing these substances, Madam Speaker. But as noted, women are already carrying them. I know that as a fact. I do know some women that carry pepper spray. Some also carry knives or baseball bats. I suspect some may even have a gun or carry a gun. Madam Speaker, if I had a choice, I would prefer to carry pepper spray rather than a knife or some other form of weapon for protection. Madam Speaker, if the concern is about women carrying weapons, like I said, that is happening now. But self-defense with a knife means the attacker will be close to you. Pepper spray can be used at a safe distance. Knives can also kill or cause serious harm, Madam Speaker, and could be turned on the person defending themselves. Pepper spray is a far better solution for self-defense. Madam Speaker, pepper spray could also be used by our security guards, who today not only do they do a thankless job in many cases, but also cannot keep anyone secure, not even themselves. Pepper spray would be helpful to them as well. My colleague from Georgetown West has done an excellent job outlining the case for its use here, including suggesting conditions for dispensing and using it. I therefore humbly ask my elected colleagues in this honorable House to support this motion. In supporting it, you will be protecting the women of our islands. I thank you, Madam Speaker. No, I'm speaking from my perspective as a woman, and I'm the one going in the morning.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no other member wishes, the elected member for Northside.
Madam Speaker, today I stand before you to discuss the topic of great importance, the legality and the legalization of pepper spray. Madam Speaker, pepper spray is a self-defense tool that I believe should be legal, accessible to responsible individuals for a variety of compelling reasons. First and foremost, pepper spray is a non-lethal means of self-defense. It provides individuals with a way to protect themselves without resorting to lethal force in a world where personal safety is a fundamental concern. Having access to a non-lethal option is crucial. Pepper spray allows individuals to defend themselves and their loved ones without causing serious or permanent harm to their attackers. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, pepper spray serves as an equalizer, particularly for vulnerables. It empowers those who may be physically weaker or at a disadvantage in confrontations. This is especially important for women and the elderly, who are often targeted as physical violence. Allowing them to carry pepper spray can give them a fighting chance to escape danger and avoid harm. The mere presence of pepper spray can also act as a deterrent to potential criminals when attackers know that their victims may be armed with pepper spray. They are less likely to commit crimes. This creates a safer environment for all members of our society. Ultimately, the goal is not just to protect those who carry pepper spray, but also to discourage criminal behaviors and reduce crime rates. Importantly, pepper spray causes temporary discomfort, and the Okay, all right, sorry. I thought you guys would add this to my speech. Or the incapacitation without causing long-term harm in most cases. It is designed to be a short-term solution to disable an attacker and allowing the victim to escape and seek help. Unlike other self-defense tools such as firearms, pepper spray rarely results in permanent injuries or fatalities when used correctly. Madam Speaker, furthermore, the use of pepper spray can prevent escalation in confrontations in situations where physical violence might otherwise be used. Pepper spray provides an alternative that can be escalated to de-escalate the conflicts and minimize the harm. This is particularly relevant in situations involving domestic dispute or road rage incidents. Advocates of pepper spray legalization also support the implementation of responsible regulations, and these regulations can include age restrictions or mandatory training, as members spoke about earlier, and restrictions on where and when it can be carried. Such measures can ensure that pepper spray is used responsibly and does not fall into the wrong hands. It's worth noting that law enforcement agents around the world, and not only in Cayman, use pepper spray as a less lethal means of subduing suspects. This speaks to its effectiveness and relative safety when used properly. If law enforcement trusts pepper spray as a tool to their arsenal, it suggests that it can be safely integrated into our self-defense and personal safety practice. Legal and regulated uses. The advocates urge that pepper spray should be legal but subject to regulations and restrictions to ensure responsible use. These regulations can include age limits, training requirements, restrictions on where and when. Conclusion to pepper spray is a non-lethal, effective self-defense tool. Madam Speaker, I just want to read the Loop News article. I think a member for Georgetown South may have been talking about some of the incidents that this article talks about also. Madam Speaker, I want to read a Loop article that was written on January the 4th, 2022 at 8:12 a.m. Reports of stalking and attacks on women. The Royal Cayman Islands Police Service said that on January the 3rd, police responded to 2 reports regarding women who were allegedly approached by a man riding a bicycle in Georgetown District. The RCIPS said that both alleged incidents are being treated as serious, unwarranted attacks and are being investigated with urgency. The first incident, in relation to the first alleged incident, the RCIPS said that this took place around 6 a.m. when a man on a bicycle approached a woman walking on Elgin Avenue. According to the report, the man allegedly said inappropriate things to the women and acted suspiciously. The report said that the woman encountered the man again on South Church Street, at which time she sought the assistance of a security officer that was nearby a condo and made a police report. Thank God that security was there. The advertisement based on the report, the woman did not receive any injuries during this incident. Madam Speaker, the second incident that happened, the RCIPS said that the second alleged incident took place just after 6:30 a.m. on South Sound Road. In this case, the police report said that another woman who was jogging and was alleged attacked by a man of a similar description riding a bicycle. According to the report, the women first saw the man on South Church Street and then on South Sound Road, where he allegedly grabbed her and pulled her into nearby bushes. Based on the report, the woman fought off the man and managed to get away and call assistance. The RCPS said that the woman was injured as a result of the incident but did not require medical assistance at the time. An arrest was made in connection with the incident, and the RCIPS said that a 26-year-old man from Georgetown was arrested and was held in custody. Madam Speaker, upon hearing or reading about that and hearing about that, at that time I started to advocate that women, not only women, but other people should be carrying pepper spray. Upon the Minister for Infrastructure reacts and says, upon learning about the incident, the Minister of Infrastructure, J. Banks, told Luke Cayman that he was disturbed by the report and we should do everything to keep our people safe, and all hands are needed on deck in these cases. In particularly, I will discuss with the Parliament soon the consideration of a new legislation or amendments to existing legislation that would allow women to use pepper spray, mace, or as some kind of form of self-defense. Madam Speaker, I don't think I really need to go into all of what was on that news article, but those two women had the opportunity to get away. One fought her way out, the other one was lucky a security guard was close by. Madam Speaker, right after, when everything came out about the attacks, I made a plea to colleagues to ask that we do something about either legalizing pepper spray or allowing people. But Madam Speaker, I understand at the time that the National Security Council at the time didn't want the support of pepper spray. Madam Speaker, I don't sit on the National Security Council. I was going to tell what I was told. I was told, Madam Speaker, we need to do something about this situation. It's not every time there's going to be a security guard there or somebody be able to run in and get away from somebody. We see a lot of things happening right now. Madam Speaker, it is something, and it is high time now, as the member mentioned before, this is not the first time this motion has come to the House, and nothing was done with it. Again, I guess it's the second time now. I plead for this from, again, what was the date? January? From January, about having this, legalizing this. Madam Speaker, I just want to say that I, J. Banks, the member for North Side, first off, before I am a minister, I represent the people of North Side. Madam Speaker, I see women walking the roads every early in the morning when I'm leaving, late at night when I'm going home. I just want to make sure that every woman in this country is protected. It could be someone that is family to us, no matter who it is. But if somebody's life is threatened by somebody else, they should have a fighting chance. And I just want to raise to my contribution that I fully support this motion here in front of the House here today. Thank you.
The elected member for West Bay West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to offer my support in a short contribution, as this matter has risen before in the House, and it has not just risen on the floor of the House, but it's been in general discussion with members over many years, because this is not just today that this has been happening. where people and womankind especially have been concerned about their safety and welfare and moving about by themselves or even sometimes in a group. And I recall that in 2011, the motion was brought and the House fully, unanimously supported the motion. The motion was passed. And when the matter then was taken to get further support, of course, the Commissioner of Police had to be involved. And the Commissioner of Police sits on the National Council, the National Security Council. And the Commissioner of Police would not support putting in place a regime for the use of the pepper spray, because that's what we were talking about. And that's what the motion had talked about in 2011. I know this because I was the premier, and we pushed the issue here, debated it, we got it passed, but trying to get it through the National Security Council, the then Commissioner of Police, and of course, the governor, who chairs the National Security Council, would not support putting any kind of regime in place for it. But our government, sorry? You know, Duncan Taylor was no doggone good. Eric Cat and Dog know that by now. They would not support it, as simple as that. So for it to get support, it has to go through that regime. National Security Council, well, likely to the Commissioner of Police, and likely then to National Security Council, who would have a say, and probably the last say, on whether we move forward or not. I think it's time. I think there is room for it. As I said back then, that's what, 11 years ago, 12 years ago, and it hasn't decreased. The incidents have increased. And so it is time, and I hope that we get a unanimous support here, and let's see where it goes from there.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. And motion. I would like to give a brief contribution to this motion, the sale of pepper spray for self-defense and personal protection. Madam Speaker, we have been elected to serve the people of our constituency, and by large, once you're in these hallowed halls, you are the voice of everyone. Understanding that there are some serious pros and cons with the legalization or being able to sell pepper spray as self-defense, it is a delicate dance. Being the voice of the people, and I gave that promise to the Prospect Electoral District, I know of a number of incidents that has happened within the Prospect Red Bay area that resulted in one particular female that stands out getting out of her car not so long ago and was attacked. That female, to this day, when she recalls that encounter and she looks in the mirror, putting on her makeup as she patched those pieces up to go along her day, lives with a scar above her eyebrow that only brings that recollection back to her every single day of her life. Now, we do understand, with the consideration of this motion, that without, and I agree, proper legislative framework coming with it, that it can also fall in the hands of those who has ill intent. But when you look at it from a victim standpoint, and we are the voice of the people, who am I to not say, let's give it a chance? Are there other things that we can consider? Yes, there may be. There could be a fob type thing that ties into our 911 system, improve our lighting, including more surveillance. But what I'm saying is the core of what we're debating here this evening, we have to understand the fear is mounting against our people, and more so our females that live alone and go out to exercise. But is it that our jurisdiction is changing in such a way that we now have to think twice about going out to walk, to exercise, and we're promoting health and wellness? That in itself is bringing mental anguish. What are we doing? But at the end of the day, we are elected to listen and to serve our people. There's a balancing act as well. Our law enforcement officers, what indirect messages are we sending? Does it mean they're going to come more equipped at us women if they know we're carrying these mace or pepper spray or whatever it is to protect ourselves? Can we then encourage more self-defense classes? These are all the things that we have to consider. But the key word in this motion, and I don't want it to distract from my support of the good essence and intent and spirit of this motion, but is it taking us in the next direction of what we call our Cayman Islands? Safety is first, it is priority, and I do not want our women, anyone, to be able to not want to exercise, come out of their cars because they're fearful of being attacked. And if that gives them that sense of security, well, that's a step. But I wish and I pray to God that the Cayman Islands, our beautiful Cayman Islands, was not even in this position to have to debate these kind of things on this honorable house, on this floor. But with the spirit and intent of this motion, for the voice, as I promised the people, for the incidents that are underreported or not reported, I have to lend support for considering this motion. Thank you for this opportunity.
Honorable Minister for Tourism and Ports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know it's late in the day, so I'll try to be as brief as I possibly can. Firstly, by saying thank you to the elected member for Georgetown West and to the elected member for Georgetown South for bringing this motion and the context. The Honorable Sir McLaughlin, representative for Red Bay, for bringing the spirit of this motion and the narratives that's in it. Madam Speaker, I want to go over some of the things that crossed my mind as a human being and as an elected member, a cabinet minister, and a father. First off, and a husband. Thank you. As a son, as a brother, and I think about all the women in my life, in respect to, you know what, this is not even about sex, because a man can be in trouble as well. So I'm not going to take it there, but obviously the premise of today's discussion has been a lot about females in difficult circumstances at the hands of men, which is quite sad. But I reflect back and I go to the fact that I have two amazing young girls, which I'm very, very proud of. And I can do what I can now. I can do what I can, and a beautiful wife. I can do what I can now to protect them in every way I can. But I realize that one day I'm not going to be able to be there to do that. And yes, it is sad, like the Honorable Minister has said, that we are to this point where we have to seriously take considerations to this. But I too, like the Minister, am obligated to give this the true opportunity for success, to allow those who are vulnerable in our community not to fall victim to those who would commit these heinous types of crimes. Now, Madam Speaker, obviously I also recognize as an elected member and a cabinet minister that security as a whole has to be analyzed. And we all have contributed to the discussion about the balance and the concerns of what could happen if it becomes a reactionary thing. So a criminal tries to do something to somebody, they usually don't have a weapon to respond. In most cases, unfortunately, there is some sort of violence done, but it doesn't escalate to a point where weapons are so severe. And in the thinking of criminality, and this is what you will hear from officers in the enforcement arm, is that you don't offer the general public more tools to fight back, because then those who want to continue to commit crime will just get even a greater tool. And in a practical example, so people understand what I mean, you know, somebody who wanted to attack somebody most likely will say, okay, then they have a pepper spray, I need to get something more severe to be able to overcome the individual. So that's the principle of where that comes from the enforcement arm. And we've heard it many times because this discussion has come to the elected arm on numerous occasions. And I think there's no secret in this parliament that the police will advise against pepper spray. But we in this honorable house are obligated to find solutions to the crimes that we constantly hear, to the victims who come to us and cry to us about what they have gone through. And if, by all means, I'm not saying it's only the police's responsibility, but if we as a whole society are not doing enough by way of community policing, by way of being our brother's keeper, by way of creating an environment where people do want to take criminal behavior, if we are not creating that, where criminal actions continue to happen, we then have to respond by allowing persons who may be vulnerable a way to protect themselves. So I have to support the motion. Now, granted, Madam Speaker, we all know how motions are in this parliament, as it always has to end due to parliamentary process and convention. It says to consider. This is not a bill. Let me make that clear to the listening audience, because sometimes I know that most persons may not understand parliamentary proceedings, but this is a motion, and motions ask the government to consider to do something, because the government side has the power by way of numbers and by way of ruling of cabinet, where the process of legislation is created to get the approval and the blessing through the governor after parliament's success. So this is a motion to consider. And most likely what will happen, Madam Speaker, is once this is passed, which I suspect that it will be, based on subtle indications so far, the police and the the enforcement arm of this country that advises the protections of our community and our borders, will have to advise why this cannot be justified. And it seems to me, Madam Speaker, that I know all members in this House have heard the age-old story of the one I tried to explain earlier, which is don't add to the problem by giving another weapon. It's kind of the story they said, you don't give them guns to fight against guns. But this is not really guns, is it? This is not a similar apples for apples scenario. This is pepper spray, Madam Speaker. So I don't think that they may get much support in that same old story. So it seems that the elected arm has now decided, or I suspect, I may not preempt the vote here, Madam Speaker, but there's a suspicion that the elected arm has had enough and now needs to give protections to those who are vulnerable. And Madam Speaker, I think it will get to that point where that has to happen, but I think we need to go further than just pepper spray. Madam Speaker, for a long time, I know many of us in this room have heard about sexual offenders registry. And say what you want about Miss Sandra Hill on Cayman Mile Road, but I give her credit where credit is due. She's been on this topic as long as I've known her to be speaking publicly, and we don't always agree for sure. But she's been a strong advocate for this topic, and I think it's time that we take it serious from a parliamentary perspective because, Madam Speaker, the narrative within this motion speaks to many people are concerned about their safety and need to defend themselves. Now, Madam Speaker, a defense comes in different formats. A defense can be a preemptive action of knowledge. And Madam Speaker, in most cases, and I don't want to speak as if I have the facts before me, but in most attacks that usually involve something as in smaller defense tools, petty crime, I wouldn't say that petty crime because it's an assault, but I get your point. Smaller offenses or minor offenses of assault usually come from one of two places, Madam Speaker. One of assault for robbery or theft, and the other one, which I hate to know that has to come out of the words of my mouth in my country, is for sexual assault on a woman or even a man. Actually, believe it or not, there has been a few cases of sexual rape on men recently. So, Madam Speaker, my point is that we also have to look at the bigger picture of criminality and safety for those who are vulnerable. So though I support this motion, Madam Speaker, I ask that we as a country actually genuinely look at a sex offenders registry, because unfortunately, though I know it comes with a lot of negatives, we have to have the discussion. Just like how we're having the discussion now about pepper spray and the difficulties that it have. So we'll say, you know, we have to put something in place for training of a person who has pepper spray. So we try to mitigate the negatives. And there are going to be negatives about registration of a sexual predator. People will say small community, and the fact that, you know, if you know who the predator is, chances are you will also acknowledge who the victim is, which is not something that we want to do. But there's strategies and ways of getting around that. And it doesn't have to be automatic right away, but if you're multiple offenses, we can have something more tailor-made for Cayman. Because unfortunately, Madam Speaker, those who have been registered in the Cayman Islands are convicted of sexual offenses to women has a high percentage, and I think it's in the 80 percentile, Madam Speaker, of have already recorded a second offense. That means to tell me that we could have potentially avoided more than 80% of the crimes of those who have committed crime the first time. I'm not saying it's a surety, but a person could have, a woman or a man could have acted a little bit more cautiously around an individual if they're aware, particularly if they're in their neighborhoods, if they're in work office or so forth. And of course, yes, you know, some people may end up having pushbacks as to say, okay, I've made one mistake and, you know, I'm penalized for the rest of my life. And again, as I said, Madam Speaker, we can tailor make it to Cayman. It doesn't necessarily have to be on the first offense. So, Madam Speaker, I know I kind of swayed a little bit to the left of this motion because it speaks specifically to pepper spray. But as per the standing orders allow, the body of this motion talks about safety and the need to defend themselves, and the definition of defense goes further than just a tool specific. It could be strategies, and therefore I brought up the sexual offenders registry. And I hope that me bringing it up on the floor tonight is enough to spark a conversation nationally about this matter for those who have issues with it, those who support it, and maybe we can actually finally decide as a country whether it's necessary or not. With that being said, Madam Speaker, I am happy that the Premier has given me a conscious vote to vote on this bill. And therefore, again, I thank the member for Georgetown West for bringing the motion, and Sir, the elected member, the honorable elected member for Red Bay for bringing the motion, and I will be giving it my full support. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the members, my sight isn't the greatest, so if you don't hear me call and you put on your light, just stand up for me, please. Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, thank you. My apologies. I know the normal practice is to just turn the light on, but I will follow your wishes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I think it is undeniable that women, young girls, have an absolute right to feel safe in this country. Everybody has a right to feel safe, Madam Speaker. But Madam Speaker, on this particular motion, I think I would like to express some concerns around the notion that pepper spray is going to be the solution that helps women feel safer. Madam Speaker, I think every society, every country goes through these types of feelings, this type of analysis, if there are, particularly, I should say, when there are incidents where women are under threat, feel under threat, or actually attacked. It has happened in many other countries, Madam Speaker, where there have been significant increases with these types of concerns. And yet, members of Parliament, having considered the matter in a lot of detail, arrive at the conclusion that it is not necessarily going to be the solution. Now, Madam Speaker, before anybody suggests that I don't care about the safety of women, nobody cares about the safety of women more than I do. It may be as much. Use the term used often in this Parliament, but not anymore. But, Madam Speaker, there are realities that pepper spray, as it is a noxious substance. It is currently illegal. It is illegal in many other countries as well. It's illegal in Australia, it's illegal in Canada, it's illegal in the UK, for many good reasons. And I don't think that we should necessarily react from a gut level and say, this is something that we should do. We should implement this because it's going to make women safer. Madam Speaker, the mover of the motion indicated or referred to a number of studies in different parts of the world. But, Madam Speaker, there are many other studies as well which indicate that this sort of action does not necessarily make women safer. I want to find any way that we can make women feel safer, provided that we don't have the negative effect. We don't have a reaction and a result which isn't what we intended. So, Madam Speaker, yes, there have been concerns expressed by the Royal Cayman Islands Police around this particular issue. And I think looking at a number of the studies that were done, looking at a number of countries in which these issues have been considered, it does give you reason to pause and assess whether or not this is going to be effective, whether it's the right approach. Madam Speaker, I am not aware of a significant increase in crimes which relate to threats against women. Yes, I remember one in particular that has been referred to that was in January, I think, of last year. And we have concerns there, Madam Speaker. You know, could pepper spray have assisted that person? Perhaps. But, Madam Speaker, when you think about putting pepper spray in place in terms of making it legal, all the training that the member has acknowledged would be necessary, all of the legal regime around it, the licensing, how do you prevent children from getting access to it, these types of issues. These are all legitimate concerns. Madam Speaker, what do? We've had videos recently with young people all over social media, with young people fighting in schools. What do we do if those youngsters take pepper spray into school? Imagine what could happen there. And pepper spray is not something that is completely harmless. It actually constitutes an assault if you hit somebody with pepper spray. Suppose you're just frightened. Wouldn't it be better to have, for example, a device which issues a shrill alarm, an audible alarm at a high decibel level that not only potentially scares someone who might be seeking to attack you in some way, but also notifies everybody around that you're under threat, and they would then realize that they may have to come to your assistance. The what? The what? Yeah, Madam Speaker, it's easy to take the position that this is an easy way to deal with it. It's not necessarily so. And many others have considered this and decided otherwise, Madam Speaker. So I just thought that it would be appropriate to make sure that we carefully consider this. Because that's what we are here to do, not just to react, not just to have an emotional reaction to something, but I'm not even sure that we are responding to a considerable level of threat. Because I'm not aware of a lot of criminal activities which are threatening women that have been reported, that have resulted in prosecutions or simply been reported to the police. Madam Speaker, it is understandable, as I said, if that was the case. But I also wonder what kind of message are we sending about the perception locally, the views of our people, the safety in our jurisdiction. If we were to run out there and say, yes, we can make a very significant change and something that has been in place for many, many years, and suddenly say, yes, let's give people access to pepper spray, which is a noxious substance. Madam Speaker, these are the types of concerns that many people have had to consider on issues like this. And I know that, we've had most people here stand in support of this motion. I am just simply trying to point out that it is not a simple issue, Madam Speaker. Suppose you're the one day that you need it, you are not carrying it. You've forgotten it at home. It's in your purse. You can't find it. It's not so easy. It's not a simple solution, Madam Speaker. That's all I'm asking. That's all I want to put on record. It's not that I am not supportive of the view that it is something that could be considered, but I do not believe that it is a simple matter. I do not believe that it is a clear solution. And Madam Speaker, I don't feel that I was elected to come down here just to represent a popular view. I feel that my obligation is to give a considered view. Madam Speaker, we had the indication of the motion that was put in place and passed unanimously 11, 12, 13 years ago. Probably a very good reason why it wasn't ever done. Madam Speaker, let's just make sure that the actions that we take, the reasons for them, and the results that we get are the intended results and are the kinds of results that make a meaningful difference, that actually help to keep women safer. For me, Madam Speaker, there are a plethora of other ways. Giving women pepper spray is not necessarily, and certainly I would not want to give women pepper spray or access to pepper spray and then have them feel that they can deal, there's no other issue that they have to be concerned about, that their safety is within their own hands. It's our obligation, Madam Speaker, as a country, as a community, to make sure that our society is safe from all of them, or for all of them, and from every risk. It should not just be an action that we take believing that this is going to help. Madam Speaker, it is many, many academic reviews, many studies of actual records have been carried out around the world which suggested it may not be. So I wanted to put that on record, Madam Speaker. That is my concern in relation to this matter. I want to make sure that we're doing everything we can do to make women safer without necessarily creating unintended consequences. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it has been a long, long time since I have heard such unmitigated drivel spoken into the microphones in this House as that just proceeded from the lips of the Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker. This kind of response, this kind of behavior is unacceptable.
You want to
Madam
tell me
Speaker,
I can't say what I want to say? Sit down, Mr. Premier. Sit down.
No, you are just.
I have the floor.
Honorable members, both of you can't be standing at the same time.
Yes, you do.
I have the
But
floor.
you
If you have a
have
point
to-
of order,
Honorable
make
members-
You have to represent appropriate behavior in here.
You are not a disciplinarian in here. Sit down. Madam Speaker, I wonder if the Premier really listens to what he says sometimes. No. Madam Speaker, there are not many offenses that are committed in Cayman or anywhere in the world using licensed firearms. The point I'm making with that is that criminals, Madam Speaker, don't care what the rules are or what the laws are if they intend to commit an offense. But what happens time and time again is that the law-abiding person, the innocent individual, has imposed upon him or her so many restrictions, so many hurdles to get over, which people who wish to commit crimes couldn't care about. Is the Premier seriously saying that people in the country, not just women, shouldn't have the right to carry something like a little container of mace or pepper spray in the event that someone seeks to attack them? Why? He says, suppose the kids at school had the right to carry pepper spray into the school. What would have happened in those fights? I promise you, I know many people in this country, including young people, who have pepper spray and carry it with them. I remember coming back from Miami with a group of women, some of whom had purchased pepper spray, put it right in their bags, in their handbags. All we are saying, Madam Speaker, with this, no one is trying to pretend that this is going to be some panacea that resolves all the issues with violent crime, increasingly violent crime in this country. What we are saying is give the innocent individual, not just women, the opportunity to have one measure of self-defense to at least buy some time to escape should they be attacked. How could the Premier listen to the passionate appeal of the member for Georgetown South and be entirely unmoved. This sort of passive resistance, and I can't think of the word I want now, that his position represents is what's ruining the world, not just Cayman, but the world. The criminals can get away with just about anything, and all the efforts by the lawmakers are to prevent the innocent, law-abiding citizen from having access to any measure to protect themselves. That's what's happening to the world. That's why things are the way they are now. That's why people behave with absolute impunity. And if he don't see that here, it's because he don't move in the places that I move. I bet you tell him to ask the Minister for Tourism or the one for Labor, and they'll tell him about the many instances that we witness where honest, law-abiding, innocent people are threatened by some bully or worse. All this motion is seeking to do is to give the people of this country, not just the women, one measure that if someone rushes them, if someone tries to attack them, they can buy some time. That's all. Now it's a major issue like a firearm that you got to apply to get a license for, and even if you get a license, you can't carry it anywhere. It's not a firearm. Yes, a licensing regime for pepper spray, because now people who carry it do so unlawfully. And there are people like the member for Georgetown South. 8 years. No, I didn't suggest that at all. I moved the initial motion in 2011. I supported it again during my term as Premier. And I presume the same blocks to it that are being put in place now are being put, are going to be put in place now. What we are trying to send, Mr. Premier, the message we're trying to send is that this House is unanimous in its view that this is an appropriate measure to enable people to defend themselves. I know the battles you're going to have to fight to get it through, but you lost before you start. If the Premier says, well, I'm not supporting it either. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I lost, but I didn't concede. That's the difference. That's the difference. Madam Speaker, I don't think I can take this any further. But I am ashamed. I am ashamed of the contribution that the Premier made.
Before we continue, I'd like to remind all members that if you are standing on a point of order, please wait until you're called so that we don't have two members standing at the same time, because I don't want to have to be the person to have to tell you both to sit down. Does anybody else wish to speak? Elected the Honorable Minister for Labor.
Madam Speaker, it's getting late, and it would be remiss of me not to say quite a few words on this, and I'll just use 5 minutes out of my 2 hours. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member from Georgetown South and the honourable member from Red Bay for bringing this this motion, what some may seem is not a serious thing or a serious desire for women to have. And I say women, although it can be used by both. But I want to make note that in 2011, as stated, I was one of those 14 votes that voted yes for pepper spray some 12 years ago. And back then, I saw it as something that was necessary, and it is even worse now. Because back then I only had 2 daughters. And now it's increased. Well, I have 4 now. And I have 10 aunts, a mom, 2 sisters, and a wife. A lot of people to protect. Madam Speaker, that may seem like a light moment, but I'm really serious about that. We are not elected, Madam Speaker, for our own personal views. We are elected by persons who want us to carry their views forward. And if it's the desire of the electorate that this will let them feel safer, then that's what we have to do. We have to try our best to bring it forward. And I'm saying that we're saying that pepper spray is dangerous, but I am reminded, Madam Speaker, that there are no dangerous weapons, only dangerous people. So training would be most helpful. Madam Speaker, in the UK, they have legal pepper spray alternatives such as farb gel, criminal identifier, and they also have soft horse, criminal identifier, SAF, HAUS, just in case someone thought that the speaker might have cautioned me for using a profane word. But, Madam Speaker, as I said, it would be short. And I stood up because I thought my daughters would be proud of me in standing up so that they could feel some comfort. I lost a good friend many years ago because someone attacked them in a parking lot on West Bay Road. If she had had this pepper spray, she would have still been here with us. So, Madam Speaker, I want to say that despite all that's been said, this motion, once again, 12 years later, has my yes support. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for Easton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Other members of this Honorable House has spoken already on this particular motion, and I too stand to give a brief contribution. But I just want to quote briefly, Madam Speaker, from the RCIPS crime performance tables, which can be found online for 2018 to 2022. And I'm just going to use 2 years, 21 and 22. It says in 21 there were 809 violent crimes, 22 760, 55 serious violence in 21, 58 in 22, 90 sexual offenses in 21, 78 in 22. But Madam Speaker, any one of these three categories happening is one too much. Even though it may look like it went down in 22, it was still too many. The motion speaks about pepper spray for defense and personal protection, and that is one option, certainly. But the pepper spray contents causes burning, pain, and tears when it comes in contact with people's eyes, but it also lasts about 30 minutes. That's more than adequate time for the person who feels threatened to get to a place of safety. Madam Speaker, I won't go over much of what has been said again, but what I do support is some sort of official training and a certification process that has to be provided by either the RCIPS or some other competent entity. And obviously sales would have to be licensed and regulated. But the one concern I do have, Madam Speaker, is if it's being used as a weapon and not for self-defense. That is my one concern. But the other concerns for self-defense is one that I find even more serious than that one, because like my colleague said, I also have 2 daughters and other female siblings in my family as well. The mover also spoke about the changes that have to be made in the penal code. I believe he said that. But certainly it would require some changes in the penal code and the firearms law for it. The motion that was referred to earlier was the private member's motion number 6 of 2011-2012, and it was the self-defense and personal protection. And that was moved by the then leader of opposition, the 3rd elected member for Georgetown, now the elected member for Red Bay, and that was seconded by the elected member for Bordentown, Mr. Anthony Eden. When you read through the Hansards, you can see there was very robust debate that went into the next day. And although there were amendments to that motion, it passed with all members supporting it. The 14 members that were in the House that day supported that, with 1 absent. But Madam Speaker, in the government considering this, I certainly provide my support, and I look forward to us working together to ensure that whatever we agree to, that is something going to be for the benefit and the safety of our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In light of the time and knowing that we still have 4 more motions left for the night, it will be brief. But I would just like to thank everybody who spoke on the motion. And I would like to point out that if you look at those that contributed to the motion by speaking, those in favor or suggested that they will support the motion spoke with passion. That's no coincidence. The deep passion that they had when they spoke, that speaks volumes. No, I better not say that part. No, you might as well say it. The one that spoke out against it put me to sleep. I'm saying that it's not surprising that the compassion and the passion that those who are supporting this motion, the way they spoke. During the break, I saw the member from Red Bay with a bottle of beer aspirins. The motion doesn't suggest that anybody can go into a store or a drugstore and buy pepper spray the same way that the member from West Bay got the beer aspirins. Red Bay got the aspirins. The member from Georgetown South has constantly, for years, spoken about protection, even the lighting on the walking track. When she goes walking in the morning, she's always advocated pepper spray. I know if she is so concerned and would want to get pepper spray, if the government, and hopefully the government, will vote and pass this, we're not saying just make anybody go and buy it. I know if it's put in place that you have to have a clean police record before you even go to training, before you get training, make that be the case. Make the government decide what has to be done. I am sure that the member from Georgetown South would go through all the measures, get her police record, go do her training, just so that she can feel safe when she's going. As she said, if the colleague that walks with her in the morning doesn't show up, she goes back home. If she has a pepper spray and she turns up and the colleague doesn't turn up, I know she will feel safer to walk by herself. So I would just like to thank you very much, and that's all I have to say. I hope that everybody will support the motion. Thank you.
The question now is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers amending the Penal Code, the Firearms Act, and any other relevant or consequential legislation to permit the importation and sale by duly licensed pharmacies and drugstores and the use of chemical sprays such as pepper spray, also known as OC spray, OC gas, or capsium spray, and mace for self-defense and personal protection, subject to appropriate restrictions relating to age and other relevant criteria. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. And the ayes have it.
May we have a
Elected member
division,
for Red Bay.
Madam Speaker?
Honorable Wayne Panton,
No.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly,
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan,
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner,
Aye.
Honorable Johanny Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks,
Aye.
Honorable Bernard Bush, absent. Honorable Dwayne Seymour,
Aye.
Miss Heather Bodden,
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin,
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush,
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart,
Aye.
Mr. Joseph Hugh,
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell,
Aye.
Miss Barbara Connolly,
Aye.
Honorable Sir Alden,
Aye.
Mr. David White,
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Aye.
Division number 18 to private members, motion number 5 of 2023-2024. I have 16 ayes and 1 no. The ayes have it.
Private members motion number 6 of 2023-2024, Sister Islands Inflation Relief Initiatives, to be moved by the elected member for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman, and seconded by the elected member for Georgetown North.
The elected member for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to move private members motion number 6, 2023-2024, Sister Islands Inflation Relief Initiatives. Whereas the population of the Sister Islands equates to 3.2% of the Cayman Islands population, and whereas in 2021, population of the Sister Islands declined by 1.7% since the 2010 census, and has consistently dwindled compared to overall population since 1970. And whereas the recent Consumer Price Index, as of March 2023, showed a further increase of 6.6% in inflation compared to March 2022, with this trend expected to continue. And whereas, taken as a whole since 2021, the cost of essentials like groceries, utilities, and gasoline increased in the U.S. by over 20% and in the Cayman Islands by about 25%. And whereas, due to this increased inflation, the Cayman Islands government has benefited from a windfall in additional import duty only because of a significantly increased cost of goods and freight. And whereas the cost of living crisis has dramatically increased the living cost for families and the cost of doing business, including the cost of bank financing, property, and health insurance. And whereas most businesses in the Sister Islands, predominantly micro or small businesses, have been especially hard hit by the cost increases given their limited customer base. And whereas ensuring these businesses survive and thrive is essential to help the Sister Islands economy grow and provide jobs. Whereas despite micro businesses as defined by the Trade and Business License having license fees completely waived till the end of 2023, there is no guarantee that this will be renewed in future years. And whereas the cost of business fees generally in the Sister Islands are not proportionate to the level of business done in the Sister Islands compared to Grand Cayman. Be it therefore resolved that in the next budget cycle, the government considers reducing the business licensing and other fees, including for all retail businesses, liquor licensing establishment, restaurants, and other types of business covered under the Trade and Business Licensing Act or the Liquor Licensing Act or any other relevant act as follows. All micro businesses as defined by the Trade and Business Licensing Act in the Sister Islands should be permanently reduced by 100% of the published fee, and all other businesses in the Sister Islands would pay 10% of the published fee on an ongoing basis. Be it further resolved that the government consider in the next budget cycle reducing import duty to residents and businesses of the Sister Islands by 25% to provide needed relief with reducing the cost of living on families in the Sister Islands.
Is there a seconder to the motion? The elected member for Georgetown North.
Madam Speaker, it is my pleasure to rise and second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is seconded. Does the mover wish to speak thereto?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is quite late. The deputy leader, a member from West Bay West, and other members have spoken before, and they have talked quite a bit about the cost of living and inflation. So my intention is to look at this and base my comments on the sister islands. Sadly, we understand how difficult it is for the average Caymanian family or small business to make ends meet. Madam Speaker, with the current cost of the living crisis, and all of us know that while inflation-driven costs in Grand Cayman are high, they're even higher in the sister islands. Therefore, I'm hopeful that I'll receive support for this motion. Madam Speaker, I want to start by painting a picture of what the past 2 years of inflation have caused. And I want to look at the U.S. and quote from a CNBC article from April 14th this year. If you'd like a copy, I can provide you of the article. Just continue. Thank you. Thank you. The article starts, as of April, the pace of inflation has slowed from a year-over-year peak of 9.1% to 5%. That's good news for struggling consumers, but doesn't tell the whole story of how much more Americans are spending due to rising prices. That's because the year-over-year inflation only looks back 1 year, even though inflation has been persistently higher for the last 2 years. Madam Speaker, to get a more accurate sense of how prices have risen, CNBC looked at consumer price index data since April of 2021 and see much more Americans are actually paying for everyday items. In that time, the cost of essentials like groceries, utilities, and gas increased by 20% or more. Madam Speaker, the article also noted that wages have not kept up with the rapid rate of inflation across the board, goods and services. Madam Speaker, this article could just have easily been discussing the Cayman Islands, with one notable exception. If prices of essential goods in the U.S. increased by 20% since 2021, then for us, with added shipping costs, import duty, and inflation on essential items, we would be more of an increase of 25%. And that's not even considering the enormous increases in interest rates, insurance, and the financial impact to local and families and businesses. Madam Speaker, no wonder our people are hurting, and it is worse in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. I take this time, Madam Speaker, to mention the U.S. point out that the increases we face here are mainly due to increased costs from buying goods abroad. If we look at the cumulative inflation here at home over the past 2 years, Madam Speaker, the CPI numbers on the ESO website, we'll see that March of 2022, prices increased over 12 months by an average of 11.2%. And in March of 2023, prices increased on average another 6.6%. All told, since 2021, the average inflation totaled almost 18%. But if we drill down into those numbers, we'll see that housing and utilities increased by 20%. March 2022 and 7.6% in March of 2023, a total increase of 28%. Food increased by over 16% on average over 2 years. Specific foods such as meats, eggs, fruits, and vegetables increased even more. Transport increased by 21% over the 2-year period. I think we all get the picture. And Madam Speaker, everything that we see indicates that prices of essential goods, insurance costs, housing costs, utilities, and bank financing will continue to rise over the next year. Again, no surprises. We know that our people are facing a very real cost of living crisis, and in the sister islands, many of those costs more than they do in Grand Cayman. So, Madam Speaker, While this motion asks government to consider providing measures to help relieve the high inflation in the Sister Islands, it is also about helping people and businesses of Cayman Brac and Little Cayman to survive and grow in the medium and long term. Duty reductions will inevitably lower government revenues, but if the proposed changes in the motion are implemented, the total amount lost is not significant to a revenue budget that now exceeds over $1 billion. However, Madam Speaker, as my colleague, the Leader of the Opposition, has warned, there must be concerns about future government revenues. I would therefore propose that this measure be made revenue neutral by offsetting the lost revenue with savings elsewhere in the government budget and the long-established principle that you sell more goods when they cost less, bringing in more duty for government. Madam Speaker, anyone who travels between our islands will note the obvious disparity in the prices here in Grand Cayman versus those in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. Thankfully, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman do receive various concessions, but those are based on prices and circumstances from the past.
Honorable members, it's getting a little loud in here. Can you please refrain from speaking while the member is on the floor?
Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, this motion is proposing additional solutions to help the people of the Sister Islands survive and thrive despite the economic challenges of our small population. The motion highlights, Madam Speaker, that in 2021, with the harm from COVID, the population of the Sister Islands declined by 1.7% since the 2010 census, and has consistently dwindled compared to the overall population since 1970. Yes, we've had some short periods of growth, such as the years of Cayman Energy, but for the most part, it's tough to do business in a stagnant population. Most of our businesses are small or micro businesses, and the sudden increased costs have battered them. Yet, Brackers and Little Caymanians persevere and struggle, stay in business. But Madam Speaker, let me take a minute to explain some of the extra costs for Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. I may be stating the obvious, but it's worth noting. First, individuals and small businesses in the Sister Islands buy smaller quantities, so they pay more for the goods they purchase. A larger purchaser is obviously better able to get better pricing. Shipping goods to the Sister Islands, whether by ocean or by air freight, is more expensive than shipping to Grand Cayman. Import duty is calculated on the total cost of goods, insurance, and freight. So duty on goods is higher for Sister Islands. That's why goods and services in the Brac and Little Cayman are more expensive. Economists will explain that costs are much higher on small islands with small populations. They will discuss economies of scale or purchasing power disparity to explain why Grand Cayman is less expensive. But understanding the reason, Madam Speaker, is one thing. Finding realistic ways to improve the situation is another. We are all Caymanians, Madam Speaker. We are one country, and we must find a way to bring prices in the Sister Islands closer to Grand Cayman. I'll give you an example, and I think every one of us here have touched an example like this. A family came in, had a chat. They make about $3,000 a month. Like all families, they have several monthly commitments. and they still try to save a little. They own a $250,000 home with a mortgage. When the interest rates were at 3%, their monthly mortgage was $843. With interest rates more than doubling, their mortgage is now $1,663 per month, $820 higher. Insurance in the house has gone up by $62 a month, and it'll go up next time, again, when they renew their insurance. So for housing costs alone, this family is paying almost $900 more than last year. Add the extra costs of utilities, food, and transportation, and you understand how much worse they are financially, because their salaries have not changed. This is not the fault of the government. This is not the fault of any member in this House. But when you sit there and have this conversation with the families, their question is, what can we do? What do we do? Do we try to put our house on the market? Do we go to try to refinance, which is almost impossible in some of the situations? But the bottom line is, as I said before, I think our obligation and our duty is to find some solutions and give credit where credit's due. There have been solutions that have been brought out and have been implemented, but we need more, and we need to do this as quickly and as timely and together. This motion proposes solutions that will not drastically impact the government's budget, but they will significantly and positively impact the lives of families like the one I just mentioned. Small businesses in Cayman Brac will also benefit. For example, a 25% reduction in duty would mean an individual, and we all know since COVID this has been something that has really grown. People order online and they order directly. They go and they pick up the goods at border control. They pay their duties there. And when they do, everything is right in front of them. So for Cayman Brac, an item that came in with 22% duty on it, when the family sits down, or the person that's picking it up, in front of customs, at the airport in this case, what they used to pay 22% on, they will now pay 16% on. I think it's a savings that they will understand and appreciate and help as one of the items that we put in the package and continue to put in the package to fight inflation and the cost of living. Madam Speaker, to encourage economic growth for the sister islands while maintaining respect for the environment, culture, and traditions of the islands, we must ensure that our residents, including our young people, have a chance to make a good living on Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, and encourage suitable migration that will help grow our economies. Madam Speaker, that task has gotten much harder given the costs in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman today. We run the risk of businesses closing because it is hard to make the same level of sales, much less a profit. And we run the risk of moving more people away from sister islands to Grand Cayman. Cayman Brac relies on government jobs and other assistance to help people survive. Tourism businesses and many small businesses provide the remainder of the jobs. In Little Cayman, tourism is the major employer. But these businesses are also being badly hit by increased costs. If too many businesses on the sister islands fail over the medium to long term, then the government will be compelled to step in and provide even more jobs than it's doing now. The sister islands must not become more reliant on government than they already are. Madam Speaker, it is vital that small sister island businesses survive. Families can afford to live there and support their families. We must find a way to grow the population, encourage Brackers in Grand Cayman and Caymanans looking for a slower pace of life to migrate back home, the Sister Islands, to retire or have weekend homes, provide new services, create back office jobs, and yes, Madam Speaker, build a marina. Over a year ago, a marina application was turned in. We're waiting to hear the results of whether it'll be approved. I haven't had a sidebar with the Premier to find out. And just for clarity, this member is in support of the school and the completion of the sports facility as been proposed forward by the minister responsible for district administration. A project like that from the public sector along with a private sector project is how we look at moving forward in partnership. Madam Speaker, reduction of license fees and duty into Cayman Brac and Little Cayman would basically reduce the cost of goods to the people by 7%. These reductions, along with the other government programs that I was mentioning earlier, will help fight the rising cost of living. I ask the government to look favorably on these considerations, and it is in the interest of all of us to support this motion as part of the solution to the cost of living. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That concludes my contribution, and I hope I've made it easy for the government to support this motion.
Motion. Top one, when you're ready.
The elected member for West Bay West.
You for Commerce? You Minister for Commerce? Or for Tourism? Madam Speaker, I wanted to be brief. When I saw the motion, I took serious note of what is being asked. And I did have a chat with the member moving the motion. Madam Speaker, Cayman Brac is a special place with a very small population of 2,000 people. And over my years here, I have voted all the time to support things that enhance that island and its people. It's special because, Madam Speaker, in this aspect, where we have in our islands to import nearly everything that we use, and to the Brac, it's a double whammy. Cost for shipping to here, and then for the cost as those goods are shipped on to the Brac. And we have known that be a fact all our life, I guess. We don't produce anything much, we have to import everything. So there's no doubt we have special cases when we have to deal with the Brac. And so on the first resolve section, it asks that all micro-businesses be permanently reduced by 100%. It is now down like that, but it is up for renewal, I think is what's being said. And I'm wondering whether the member would agree if we did, a review every 2 years or next 2 years, next 3 years, rather than to say permanent. And the next aspect of it would be in the resolve section, small b. On the 10%, for all of the businesses in the sister islands. We would want to be careful that big business that can afford the fees are not going to, be given something that we should be getting revenue from. But as I said, we would have to be careful that that don't happen if the government accepts this. On the reduction of duties, we would want, at least I would want to know, I don't know, I should say, how many things are left with duty on it, because there are a lot of items, food items now that are duty-free. And so I don't know, that's not the only thing that runs up the cost of living, because households have to use many, many items. So I don't know when it comes to food, just how much duty is left on how many items. But I would say it is a way to help our people. It is a way to help our people if reduced duty can be passed on to our people. If reduced duty can be passed on to our people. So I would ask that the same consideration be given to Cayman if we go in that route. If the government is going to agree to that kind of 25% import duty reduction, that same consideration be given to Cayman. We do have to watch our revenue. We can talk about $1 billion as much as we like, but we know what budgets are. Their own budgets. Hoping we get that. And so when we reduce duty, we lose revenue. But if we're going to consider it, then I ask that the Cayman be given the same consideration. Otherwise than that, I certainly support the motion that the member is asking for various things. No, I'm not in amendment. I'm not in the mood for moving amendment. Maybe you can move the amendment because you're the lawyer, and the member can move the amendment, and the premier can move the amendment. He's the lawyer, and I see the member of tourism. He's eager to jump up. He can move an amendment too. I know you're doing, but I just like to move the amendment. I'm asking the premier to do that.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? I caught sight of the Minister for I caught sight of the minister first, so I'll call on the minister then. Minister, you may go ahead.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, for the delay, but I don't trust that lectern, particularly with a laptop. Madam Speaker, just as a matter of just
belts and braces. And hopefully, the mover of the motion and I can handle this point more tactfully than earlier today. But when I just read the strict wording of the first resolution clause B, it says all other businesses are, and I'm happy to give way as a point of elucidation, have we treaded as carefully as we could around any declarations that would need to be made under Standing Order 83? Or is it a matter of the wording that is meant to say all other small businesses? I'm happy to ask the mover of the motion for clarification as to whether or not, if the wording is meant to say all other businesses, whether there's any pecuniary interest that needs to be declared in terms of moving the motion per Standing Order 83.
Elected member for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman.
Madam Speaker, could I have a couple of minutes to speak with you?
We will take a 10-minute suspension. Proceedings are resumed. You may be seated. Elected member for Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for his question. Madam Speaker, in light of the hour, 10 o'clock tonight, and the information that I want to review, I'm going to ask to withdraw this motion until I can have gather some more information.
The question is that private member's motion number 6 of 2023-2024 is withdrawn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Private member's motion number 6 of 2023-2024 has been withdrawn.
Private member's motion number 7 of 2023-2024. Cost of living adjustment for those receiving the ex gratia financial assistance and the civil service pensions uplift, to be moved by the elected member for Red Bay and seconded by the elected member for Georgetown East.
The elected member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move private member's motion number 7 of the 2023-2024 session, entitled Cost of Living Adjustment for those receiving the ex gratia financial assistance and the civil service pensions uplift. Whereas between 2017 and 2021, the recipients of long-term financial assistance, formerly known as permanent financial assistance, the seafarers and veterans ex gratia benefit, received a 90% increase in benefits from $500 per month to $950 per month, in recognition of the public duty to ensure that the service to the nation of these beneficiaries is adequately recognized. And whereas between 2017 and 2021, qualifying civil service pensioners on meager pensions were guaranteed an uplift in their pension, such that they would not receive less in total pension than what is provided to those receiving financial assistance from the government. And whereas the value of the assistance provided to those on long-term financial assistance, the seafarers and veterans grants, and the civil servants receiving a pension uplift has been severely eroded by inflation over the last 3 years, the opposition has been calling for the government to increase the payment to $1,500 monthly. And whereas the opposition has consistently argued that a priority for government spending needs to be support for Caymanians facing the cost of living crisis. And whereas the government in August 2023 agreed to increase the stipend payment from $950 to $1,250 in recognition of the need for an increase given the high cost of living. And whereas civil service pensioners on low pensions did not receive a comparable uplift as was done in previous years, be it therefore resolved that the government considers further increasing the monthly ex gratia stipend paid to older persons and adults living with permanent disabilities who receive financial assistance, retired seafarers and veterans and their surviving spouses, to at least $1,500 effective January 1st, 2024. And be it further resolved that the government considers amending the public service pensions ex gratia uplift payments regulations so that the minimum cumulative pension is increased to $1,250 effective the 1st of August 2023 and to at least $1,500 effective January 1st, 2024, to ensure that all civil service pensioners receive a pension of at least that paid to older persons receiving permanent financial assistance from the government.
Is there a seconder? Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, for some time now, the progressive members of the opposition have repeatedly called on the government to increase the financial assistance given to those receiving an ex gratia payment from the government. These Caymanians are often elderly retirees with little by way of a pension. Madam Speaker, under my leadership as Premier, the ex gratia assistance payments were increased from $500 per month to $950 per month starting January 1st, 2018, over 2 budget cycles. The recipients included those receiving what was called poor relief, as well as assistance given to retired seafarers and veterans. We recognized at the time that these individuals with little or no pensions were having difficulty getting by on $500 a month, and the assistance needed to be increased. We also recognize, Madam Speaker, that some retired civil servants were receiving only a few $100s a month in pension, less than what was being paid to those on the ex gratia assistance programs. And so we ensured that civil servants on retirement would benefit from a pension uplift to ensure that they would not receive any less than the amount paid to ex gratia recipients. At the time, it was estimated that some 300 civil servant pensioners benefited from this increase. Madam Speaker, those members here who were here when the 2020-2021 budget was being debated may recall all of us recognizing that while we had almost doubled the ex gratia assistance, more help was needed. What has happened since then, Madam Speaker, is that over the past 2 years, inflation has skyrocketed. We are experiencing what many recognize as a cost of living crisis. As another motion brought by the opposition noted, the cost of essential goods in our islands has increased by over 25% since 2021. Caymanians with regular salaries are having difficulty making ends meet. How much harder do you think our elderly on these small fixed incomes have it? The dramatic rise in the inflation rate has long whittled away the value of the increased ex gratia assistance. And so, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has led the charge for the government to do the right thing by our elderly Caymanians. Several times this year, in writing to the Premier, in press releases, and on social media, has continually made the case to increase the assistance to at least $1,500 monthly. In August this year, the government finally relented and increased the payments to $1,250 per month for those receiving the ex gratia payments, including seafarers and veterans. But somehow, Madam Speaker, the government failed to increase the uplift for retired civil servants to ensure they continue receiving at least the amount paid to those on long-term financial assistance. We suspect that this must have been an oversight. So this motion also calls for correcting it. Madam Speaker, according to news reports, the Minister responsible for social development, in announcing the increase, acknowledged that, quote, with the current economic challenges many in our community are facing, We felt it important to provide this increase now rather than in January, which has traditionally been the case, unquote. I do hope, Madam Speaker, that the Minister also recognizes the need to increase the civil service pension uplift for this year, and that he will seek for Cabinet to increase it effective August 1st, as was done for those receiving the ex gratia payment. And Madam Speaker, I also hope he will ask his colleagues to include additional funding in the upcoming budget to increase this assistance to $1,500 monthly starting on the 1st of January. That is the start of the next budget cycle. These elderly Caymanians are some of our most vulnerable and are deserving. I know that the Minister understands the need. I have noted various promises by ministers over the past few months as to what they want to spend money on in the new budget. But caring for our elders and vulnerable is as important, if not more important, than anything else the government does. We on this side, therefore, Madam Speaker, pray that the additional increase of $250 per recipient comes into effect on January the 1st, 2024.
Elected member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, it is late, so I think the mover has outlined the situation well. So I won't go into all of that, but once the Minister and caucus had discussed this, and that's the first time that I heard about it, and then the same day that, and as I said, I don't know about any letters to the Premier or anything else that the opposition might have done, but the same day that it was decided, that day I know that the Leader of the Opposition made a statement calling for that increase. As I said, I don't know about any other time, I haven't seen it. But the part that I got most interested in, once it was decided it was going to where it is now, the part that I got interested in was many, many retired civil servants came to me and said, look, if I've been working, I've been a teacher, I worked at a hospital, I worked at admin building, different places, and they said, once I am now getting 900 or 950, but seamen and the others at NAU is getting 1250, so government needs to put the bill and increase it up to at least to what the seamen's and the NAU people are getting. That's the feedback that I kept getting. And I do, I mean, I hope there's not a conflict, but anyway, my sister, who's had been medically boarded, she is one of them. And she could say to me, well, how this one could get, and I can't get, because she's in the 900 bracket. And I don't think it amounted to years, because she had plenty of years in, from computer services, different other places, to customs. And I think her pension is at 900. So she keep asking me that, and up until night before last, she brought that to my attention. So that is what is happening with us. Now, I went on radio myself early last month, to talk about the motions that I was bringing, and someone sent me a message and asked me if I could say anything about it. But by that time, I knew that Pox and I guess the DGs himself, and certainly pensions was talking about it. So I don't know all the background of who was talking to. I only know who was talking to me. And certainly that I made that, and I knew that, you know, what the position that Cabinet had taken. I said all that to say that background, to say that we do have that situation. It's plain as days long. No need to be no arguments. You can't give Tom, Dick, and Harry, and then you have people who have worked and is getting, and worked for years, and they might have gotten, let's say, a minimum pension. You can't get that, although they work for years, and then you have all these other people getting the $12.50. It would be good if we could increase it. As I said, we do have to take note of our budgetary constraints. But as the member for Red Bay said, I think it was yesterday, when you have $1 billion people are going to say, you have $1 billion budget, don't tell me that you can't find $2 million to give the uplift or whatever the payment is. One of my concerns are, and this is how they do the pensions, how civil servants do the pensions in the pensions office, and we as elected officials, I don't know whether we can come here and put it up or whether we got to continue to do what they say, if they have their ratios, if they have their system. But the person that get $300 certainly needs to be brought up. And if they can't bring it to the $1,200, then bring it up to $700, $600, double it at least, if that's what they got to go by. But certainly the people that are getting the $900 and $950 needs to be brought up to the $1,200. And so that was one of the things that I was concerned about, the very low person getting $300 and doesn't seem to have been, what do you call it, uplift? Anyway, that's a new word as far as I'm concerned. Who's getting the extra payment on their pension needs to be brought up. The $300 is pitiful for people who have worked so many years in the civil service and only getting $300. But they said those people, if I understand correctly, are people who only worked for 5 or 6 years. That's the minimum. But still, for all that, they need to get more than they're getting. In this economy that we have to contend with, you imagine? If that's all they got to live on, and most of them, that's all they have. And most of them on the 900, that's all they have. So we in this house can't have that kind of imbalance. It has to be increased. We have to find the funds to do so, to bring it up on an appreciable level, because the people just cannot live on what they got. Hard enough on $12.50. Hard enough would be on $1,500. The kind of economy we got. So, as far as I'm concerned, my vote is for this motion. As I said, I think we need to be careful to say that we can go to the $1,500. I don't know what that entire thing would be. I know that I was given a figure of 1.9 million, somewhere around there, for what they were proposing. And I'm still not completely clear on that, and I see the acting deputy governor here. I hope I'm saying that right too, but she's here, and I guess she would be speaking, and you would get a fuller picture. But that's where I know I certainly have to support this, because there are many, many people, not just in my constituency of West Bay West, but in the entire West Bay, and indeed throughout this country. And I know other members are being pressured, and they have. The people that are doing so, I think, have a real expectation. You cannot give one side and leave the other side far below them. Can't.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The elected member for Bordentown West.
Madam Speaker, I want to start off by thanking the honorable member from Red Bay for bringing this motion to the House. Like many other members, I have received concerns from retired civil servants, and I can publicly say that one of them even visited my house when I wasn't there, had a long conversation with my wife, and she herself felt his pain. Madam Speaker, many times in this House, we speak about closing the dignity gap. And when you stop and you think about it, if people that are at their productive peak right now, in terms of fully immersed in the workforce, is having the struggle and the challenges that they're having, when you consider that the median salary in this country is like around $3,000 something per month, and people are struggling, can you even begin to fathom what people are doing on fixed income? I mean, $950 a month, Madam Speaker, does not even equate to minimum wage in this country, thereabouts. And this is what we're talking about for people who have served this country. We're not talking about people who are looking for something. This is people who have served this country. And as the gentleman made it perfectly clear to my wife, he's not asking for anything. He just wants to be treated fairly, because he put in his years of government and he expected. Madam Speaker, when you look at the structure of our economy, we are a consumption-based economy. This economy moves from people spending in the economy. And Madam Speaker, we have already seen monies coming out of people's pocket. They pay higher insurance rate, home insurance rate, and higher mortgages and everything else. And just today, just today, when I spoke about people with a mortgage at a certain age, and because the interest rates have gone up, had to refinance their mortgage. On top of that, we're talking about people who got hit with house insurance again. Just today, Madam Speaker, I received 5 messages from constituents on the very same issue. One of them in particular, Madam Speaker, is actually a retiree. And whether we want to accept it, one of the silent killers in this country, Madam Speaker, is stress. The things that are keeping people awake at night. Madam Speaker, for some strange reason, it seems that we have some misplaced priorities in this country. And whether we want to recognize it or not, we can't go out there and tell people that we have $1 billion, but we can't find $2 million to help for our uplift. That is the same, Madam Speaker, of having $1,000 and you're saying you can't find $2. That is really what it comes down to. We're not asking to give people a handout. These are people who have worked for us, who have built the Cayman that we have today. And this is how we are treating them. Madam Speaker, to paraphrase from John F. Kennedy in his inaugural speech, if a free society cannot help the many that are struggling, it can't save the few that are rich. Madam Speaker, when you look at all the different metrics in Cayman and what it is that we have in Cayman, there's no reason, none, for many of the people in Cayman to be struggling the way they're struggling, not with the resources that we have. And I'm not going to sit down here and tell you, Madam Speaker, that everyone in Cayman can be rich. But what I can say to you, Madam Speaker, is nobody in Cayman needs to be poor. Nobody in Cayman needs to be struggling. This country is too blessed for our people to be too stressed. And I can tell you, Madam Speaker, I hope to God we get to that fuel motion tonight. When we look at the hidden costs, Madam Speaker, of what it is that people are facing on a day-to-day basis. Madam Speaker, just yesterday, I had a friend of mine who I can safely say he's a millionaire. And when he said to me, he says, Chris, I had to go through the expenses in my own house as to what my wife was doing because she basically needed a 25% raise in terms of what it is I was giving her. When you see millionaires in this country start questioning costs and start asking me, how does the average person live? Madam Speaker, as I said before, last week Tuesday, 4:51 a.m., and I was on a ring door cam where someone came to my house and needed assistance. And when a man leaves his house at that time, when the man called me, Madam Speaker, I don't even want to tell you what the man said to me. But can you imagine what that man had to say to his wife? To say, I am going to go look for a politician at that time in the morning. Man couldn't sleep. Man worrying about his light bill being disconnected. People who have never, ever, ever, ever asked for assistance in this country is now asking for assistance. And it is almost as if we want to break our people pride. We are proud people, Madam Speaker. And for us to sit down in this house, sitting on $1 billion and being politically impotent is a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Madam Speaker, the pension bill got gazetted. The amount of civil servants that are working, not retired, that are working. Some of them senior civil servants have messaged me asking me, Chris, what are we going to do about the public servants? We are in the same boat. These are people who are working. What do you think the retirees feel on a fixed income? We shouldn't even be having this debate. The day, Madam Speaker, and the minister will tell you, after my wife called me, she was so shook up. And I said to her, you're just seeing what it is that I say on a regular basis. I called the minister, same time. And rightfully, Madam Speaker, he did his job. The people under his ministerial responsibility, he did the right thing in providing that uplift. So why were the civil servants left behind? It's not, how can you sit down, Madam Speaker, and have a conversation to get cabinet approval to say we're going to give the people who are getting government assistance an uplift and leave your own people within the civil service behind? You ever heard the expression, pastor bless their children first? How could that even have been an oversight? This motion shouldn't even have been necessary. I understand the cost is $1.9 million or something for this uplift. $1.9 million? But the Speaker will spend more than that on consultants, And we can't find $1.9 million? Thank you. Somebody just mentioned, we have spent more money on EIA for a road where we say we need to build. Where is the priority? Where is the compassion? How many people do we want stressed out? Last year, Madam Speaker, think about this, and I mentioned it already, 93% of the people in this country, according to the census, have health insurance. Yet the public still had to find $72 million for health care for our people. Madam Speaker, the World Health Organization defines health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not just the absence of disease and infirmity. Mental well-being, the things that keep our people awake at night. We in this house, Madam Speaker, we're not paid to try. My 16-year-old son can try. My 23-year-old son can try. We are paid to do. We are paid to deliver. Anybody can try. And Madam Speaker, every single campaign going around, every single candidate have every solution for these problems in this country. But when we get here, it's a different story. $1.9 million. That's just to get them to where they need to be. And I totally agree with the member for Red Bay. Even $1,500 a month, starting the 1st of January, Madam Speaker, is still low. It's a step in the right direction, but it is still too low. Madam Speaker, when you look at not just the cost, the inflation, when I brought the motion, Madam Speaker, for the 13% increase for public servants, the 10% was for what already happened. The other 3% is what is to come. Have anyone inside here sit down and look at what the oil futures market look like, what they're predicting fuel is going to be next year? Does anybody have an idea? If you think your light bill rough now, do you know what it's looking like for next year? The Chinese central bank have just lowered the reserve for banks by 25 basis points to increase demand in China, the world's second most populous country. Saudi Arabia and Russia have decided they're going to continue their voluntary cuts. So here's demand going up for one thing and supply going down. What do you think is going to happen to price? Madam Speaker, I'm going to say this to you. If we can do right by our people, some of us inside there shouldn't stand for election. We should just resign and go. That's what we need to do. I am sick and tired of people sitting down and telling me they don't feel like Cayman is for them anymore. I am sick and tired of people saying they want to run off to the UK. Don't think I can say to them, those in the UK want to run, come back here too. Because they realize there is no safe haven. But Madam Speaker, I will say this much. As much challenges we have, as much problems as we have in this country, I am still a firm believer with the right leadership and the right policies that we can still have our best days ahead of us. And Madam Speaker, the day in which I believe or I stop believing that things are going to get better is the day I'm going to walk away from politics. But Madam Speaker, I will say this. The things that are wrong in this country can be fixed by the things that are right in this country. We still have a lot of things going right. What we need to finalize in this country is our priorities. We need to have compassion. We need to care. And there's one thing that we learned from over 50 years ago in politics: it takes cash to care. People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And you can't be sitting on $1 billion in revenues and can't find $1.9 million for our people. You can't be sitting with $1,000 in your pocket and can't find $1.90 to help people who have worked for this country, who have delivered for this country. We owe them, Madam Speaker. We owe them. They're not begging us for nothing. And I say it again, and I will say it. We're not going to be remembered for what we inherited. We're going to be remembered for what we leave behind. Let us leave behind a stronger Cayman and a better Cayman, but more importantly, a more caring Cayman. But Madam Speaker, the last thing I want to close on, and this has been the one thing that has really been eating away at me more and more and more, and I see it almost on a daily basis, is this thing called bad mind in our country. I've seen it. Even since the pension bill has been gazetted, people messaging me, well, what happened to these people when they retire? You warn about them 50 years from now, but you don't business with them today? You think I'm going to take you serious? It's as if though people having money in their pockets, it's like it's a bother to some people. Like they don't want to see nobody happy, they don't want to see nobody prosper. Madam Speaker, in the preamble of our own constitution, we talk about the prosperity of our people. In our own constitution, we use the word prosperity. And what we want to do, take our people's dignity in the process? It's a shame that we have to be in this position. It's a shame. So I hope to God that every single member inside here vote, not just to uplift the retired civil servants, but to make it retroactive to the same day the other group of people got their assistance. It needs to be retroactive. And then we increase it back the 1st of January. Anything short of being retroactive to what it should have been, because it's an injustice. It's an injustice. It was wrong. And Harry Truman said it best. Right is right, even if everybody is against it, and wrong is wrong, even if everybody is for it. It was wrong. To have that conversation to take care of one group of people and leave out another group of people is wrong. So, Madam Speaker, I don't know what the vote will be, but I can tell you one thing. This is one time we will cause a division, because if people in this house can make right by people who have served this country, I want you all to remember this. If God give us longevity, it will be us on a fixed retirement at some point in the future. It will be us in their position. And how we treat them today is the green light for how people are going to treat us tomorrow. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Minister for
Must be in the night. So, thank you, Madam Speaker. I could not allow this opportunity to pass, even though late in the night. Private members, motion number 7, cost of living adjustment for those receiving the ex gratia, financial assistance and civil service pensions uplift. Madam Speaker, a famous quote from Mahatma Gandhi springs to mind. The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members. Madam Speaker, how a society treats its most vulnerable, whether children, whether the infirm or elderly, is always a true measure of its humanity. When a society begins to disregard the vulnerable and their rights, instability and conflict will only grow. Madam Speaker, we got elected to be the voice of the voiceless and the face of the faceless, and to help the helpless. Madam Speaker, the cost of living has definitely changed the world, and we need to find a way to afford it, or otherwise, who are we growing for? Madam Speaker, I've had representation from many, and we can't just close our doors, Madam Speaker, or turn a deaf ear. The struggle is real, Madam Speaker, and we need to be connected to what's happening and take stocks of the effects of the 2-year pandemic. The haves, have not. People are wanting us. People are counting on us, Madam Speaker. And I want to be in the midst of people who care about people first. Our seniors built this country, and we owe them. Our people are precious resources, Madam Speaker. And they should feel that we truly believe this by our actions, Madam Speaker. It's not about tomorrow, Madam Speaker. It's about survival today. Let's show our people that they truly matter. If our people can't trust us in voting unanimously in one of the highest bodies of the land, Parliament, and what else should they trust us with, Madam Speaker? My short contribution should indicate that I support this motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Deputy Governor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Oh my goodness. Let me make. All right. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that the pensions we are discussing are not as unstable as the podium I'm leaning on today, but I thank you for this opportunity to rise and add my contributions to the debate on the private member's motion to consider further increasing the monthly ex gratia stipend paid to older persons and adults living with permanent disabilities who receive financial assistance, retired seafarers and veterans and their surviving spouses to at least $1,500 effective January 1st, 2024, and to consider amending the public service pensions ex gratia uplift payments regulations so that the minimum cumulative pension is increased to $1,250 effective August 1st, 2023, and to at least $1,500 effective January 1st, 2024. Madam Speaker, as acting Deputy Governor, I will focus my contributions on the aspects of the motion pertaining to the public service. And it is without fair contradiction that I acknowledge that these islands have benefited tremendously from the contributions made by past generations of public servants. Many of these persons, Madam Speaker, toiled during the formative years of establishing the Cayman Islands as the successful financial services and tourism hub that our society takes for granted today. Sadly, Madam Speaker, as we have heard, for some of these retirees, their pensions income may be insufficient to meet even their basic needs in retirement. Now, this shortfall can come about for any number of reasons. For some, the challenge of meeting living expenses did not arise for the first time in retirement, but the inadequacy of their income existed during active employment as well. I have heard many stories from those who worked years ago and shared how their public service salaries were generally quite modest and lagged significantly behind the private sector as Cayman's economy was being built. These modest bases put those public servants in danger of meeting their expenses while they were still working. So when that's the root cause, then of course the challenge of income inadequacy is only compounded in retirement. as a portion of too little income before retirement is even more hardship in retirement. This is why we speak about the importance of maintaining salaries in real time, because not doing so has long-term implications that follow individuals through retirement. For others, the causes may have been that they spent the majority of their working years outside of the civil service. When their public service careers are short, then such savings are increasingly challenged to adequately support a retiree in retirement. And for others, they may have worked long years within the public service, but the majority of these years they may not have contributed to a pension plan because for some, they may have earned pension alternatives such as contracted officers supplement, or they were not eligible to participate at that time. This scenario will again result in condensing the number of years where they were actively saving towards their pension, their future pension. Now, Madam Speaker, these are just examples and are not exhaustive of the ways that many public service retirees have found themselves in a situation where they are simply not earning enough to live in retirement. Regardless of how persons arrive at this situation, I know firsthand, Madam Speaker, that there are way too many retired public servants who worked hard, built Cayman, and who are today struggling to meet their basic needs. I know also that many members of this honorable House are equally aware, because at any given time they will share requests to the Public Service Pensions Board on behalf of retirees within their constituencies. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that members of our Parliament do their best to build safety nets for retirees and to ensure that they benefit from the programs funded to assist them. We are fortunate, Madam Speaker, that we have caring parliamentarians to do what they see needs to be done and to provide relief. Years ago, one major initiative that was introduced was the ex gratia pension, which supports persons who worked with government at a time when pension eligibility was not universal and they were not able to participate in the pension. The ex gratia pension plan provides financial relief to persons who serve for at least 4 years without receiving pension contributions or payments in lieu of pension, such as contracted officer supplement. In this current fiscal year, 2022 and 2023, the government is budgeted to spend some $2.7 million on the ex gratia pension program. More recently, in 2017, the government created an ex gratia uplift program, which guarantees that all pensioners who serve at least 10 years of pensionable service will, when they attain the normal retirement age of 65, receive an ex gratia payment to ensure their pensions do not fall below a minimum level. When this safety net was introduced, the minimum pension guarantee for eligible persons was $750 per month. Over the years, this was increased on 2 occasions to $850 per month, and again now to its current sum of a guarantee of $950 per month. The approved budget for this ex gratia uplift program during the current fiscal period, 2022 and 2023, cost a combined total of $5.4 million. These are not one-off costs, and each year the cost grows incrementally as the population of persons eligible to receive these benefits increase. So as government considers what it might do to assist public service pensioners, I understand that they have to assess this within the context of the continuing obligations these decisions create. Fortunately, the Public Service Pensions Act is itself designed to provide cost of living adjustments, which, while they do not eliminate the risks faced by pensioners, the Act mitigates these risks in ways that are not common to most pension plans. When persons retire and begin to receive their substantive pension, these retirees are guaranteed to receive an annuity, which, even if modest, will nonetheless be paid for the remainder of the pensioner's life and their spouse's life. Pensioners are also assured inflation protection as their pension is augmented each year to counter effects of inflation as measured by the Economics and Statistics Office. The annual augmentation is a unique benefit for pensioners within plans administered by the Public Service Pensions Board. This annual inflation protection is sadly not present during active employment when timely cost of living adjustments are not guaranteed. But in retirement, every dollar counts, and our pension plans are designed to help existing retirees live with dignity in retirement. So I recognize, Madam Speaker, that things are not well for many. But through these programs and the grace of God, the situation could be far worse. In addition to cash payments, the government provides indirect compensation for many pensioners as well. Many pensioners who work with the government, or indeed some of the public sector's statutory authorities and government-owned companies, will, with at least 10 years continuous service before retirement, receive a most coveted benefit during retirement. Specifically, the government provides free medical coverage. The monthly value of Cineco's health premium exceeds, in many, many instances, even the value of many pensioners' monthly income. So the government aids most pensioners in numerous ways. I've talked about how we establish and fund a well-run pensions plan that is built on a total of 12% contributions, comprising 6% employee and 6% employer contributions, both of which are not deducted from, but are instead added on top of base pay, and which have over the years produced healthy returns on the investments made on behalf of pensioners. We've established and are funding ex gratia uplift programs to augment the benefit offered by the substantive pension plans. We provide free health care for many eligible pensioners and their dependents. And by design, pension service plans not only provide annuities for the remainder of a retiree's life and their spouse's life, but it also mitigates the erosion of purchasing powers otherwise caused by the impact of inflation on a fixed income. So both in the enhanced plan design of public service pensions and the continued funding of existing ex gratia payments, successive governments continue to provide relief to public service pensioners. These relief programs, Madam Speaker, have financial implications not only for the immediate budget, but will impact government's financial commitments for years to come. Any measures that are contemplated, therefore, needs to be considered in the long-term financial implications. As the business being considered just in this meeting of Parliament shows, there are many demands on the public purse. So any further relief in this area has to balance these wider needs within the envelope of affordability. Having said that, Madam Speaker, with the continued goodwill that I know exists, we are prepared to help those who built Cayman. As such, even before this motion was brought, and I believe the member from West Bay referred to this, we began exploring the cost implications of increasing the ex gratia benefit in order to help inform the government's assessment of the affordability of increasing the ex gratia uplift to assist those in need. The portfolio of the Civil Service and indeed the Public Service Pensions Board are willing, as we ever have been, to implement the government's policy decisions. On the employment side, we are also working in tandem to provide relief for those on the eve of retirement. In September 2016, the Civil Service employed only 242 persons over the age of 60. That month, and with the support of this Honorable Parliament, we increased the retirement age for public servants from age 60 to age 65. And today, we have almost doubled the number of persons working in the civil service beyond age 60, currently standing at 475 persons as of August 2023. These experienced persons now make up more than 10% of our workforce today, and the vast majority continue to benefit from increased pension savings and investment returns. In 2016, we also introduced phased retirement before entering into retirement, thereby allowing civil servants to reduce their hours or step into less demanding roles before entering into retirement, thereby enticing them to work longer, even if they do not wish to maintain the same pace to age 65. We are providing greater flexibility in our systems for how people work and for how they retire. This hasn't relieved all the tensions, as we have discussed today, but as you will have seen, it has provided relief for many, even though this causes the knock-on impact, as we have heard on many occasions, that the overall size of the civil service has grown. I hasten to add, Madam Speaker, the Cayman Islands population has grown, and so too have the demands for public service. However, within the envelope of our workforce, we are continuing to look at how we can leverage the rich talent within our retiree base and look forward to sharing further details on the ideas that are being brought to fruition. We are committed to being part of the solution to support the retirees who paved the way forward and whom we all admire. In that vein, it is time for us to challenge the thinking that has come into us thinking about life as being in three distinct phases. In the first phase, you study. In the second phase, you work. And in the third phase, you enter into leisure retirement. The reality today, Madam Speaker, is that people no longer live in these distinct phases. People today are driven to be lifelong learners as change is constant. People are driven to achieve work-life balance as the 24/7 nature of being on the other end of call-outs, emails, and phone calls drives burnout, poor health, and declining productivity. And not surprisingly, retirement isn't all leisure anymore. Many retirees are joining the gig economy, where they work to augment their fixed incomes by fulfilling jobs which are short-term and varied, or by participating in some micro-industry at home, like renting a room. My grandmother was one of those retirees. She went from running a shop to running a taxi. And my husband's grandmother, when her husband died, continued to work out of her home sewing in order to support her family's income. We can do more to reduce the impediments and encourage such opportunities for people to supplement their income and to contribute to and benefit from Cayman's economy. The civil service is committed to being a part of the solution, and in doing so, we recognize that the government may struggle to make additional financial commitments at this time. However, the 24-25 budget process is ongoing, and it remains to be seen what will be affordable within that time frame. The member from West Bay was speaking about what was the estimated cost of bringing this program to fruition. I can say that in order to get a move from the $950 per month to the $1,250 a month, that would come at a cost of $1.9 million per year. But that would also benefit not only the 475 people who currently receive an ex gratia uplift, but an additional 117 persons and their families who would additionally benefit at that larger sum. So the civil service will continue to work closely with the government in the detailed planning phases of the budget to explore what is possible to assist our pensioners and those on long-term financial assistance, as determined by this Honorable House in your deliberations today. We pledge our full assistance in delivering whatever policy decisions are made in all areas, including this one. In particular, the PSPB is on standby, as is the portfolio of the civil service, to do our part in any decisions the Parliament may make. We owe a tremendous gratitude to the pensioners who built this country and toiled at a time when working in the civil service was particularly not a thing that someone did because they had any ideas that they were going to be rich or to live in a life of comfort. That has never been the expectation of our pensioners. But dignity is something that everyone should be afforded. And we are most grateful for whatever considerations can be made, and we support and understand the long-term implications and are prepared to help balance the considerations that go into being able to support this esteemed group. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Minister for Tourism and Ports.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to be very long. As I just want to highlight some of the realities that the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor has just highlighted, and I think she was not sure whether or not I'm going to speak longer than I thought. So, thank you. Yes, sir. Madam Speaker, I think the Honorable Acting Deputy Governor highlighted something I've been concerned about for quite some time. Though it's associated with the cost implications, which seems to be the driving force of much of the queries to this motion, whether to support or not to support or what have you. And it leads back to some of the points that she made about, one that stuck out to me as I was in the lunchroom. With the growing populations come higher cost. And the cost, Madam Speaker, is what we are deliberating on, because I don't think that anybody in this room wouldn't suggest that the good people who helped build this country and the retirees are not deserving to have a living wage or living pension amount to survive in these high costs. I don't think anybody's going to suggest that. So that's not the problem. The problem is the money. The money and the cost is increasing due to our population. And when I say population, Madam Speaker, I ain't talking about population of workers. I'm talking about the population of Caymanians. Because, Madam Speaker, the financial discussions that we're having here for uplifts ain't going for foreigners. It's going for Caymanians. And this takes me back to the ever so controversial banner that I have in my constituency, Immigration Reform Now. To protect our country and to protect our people. Can't get away from it, no matter how you twist it. Because, Madam Speaker, interestingly enough, my good friend and colleague, the member from Bontown West, always used to bring up the birth rate in this country. And to be honest with you, our population of Caymanians are growing, but they ain't growing in the natural way. It's growing through immigration. Our costs are increasing in our schools due to immigration. Our costs are increasing in pension due to immigration. Our cost on our housing situation is immigration. Our population is growing due to immigration. So no matter how you want to twist this motion falls down to decisions that we are not wanting to deal with in respect to immigration. And I don't think anybody would disagree with me by saying the current immigration layout isn't working. Started in 2013, we're now 10 years later in 2023, and the reform is necessary. But, Madam Speaker, let me get back to the specific motion. Though it's related, and one may argue, and I'll take your direction, Madam Speaker, as you are the lead of this House. But I'll get back now to the pension uplift for retirees. And not the immigration part, but to say that, Madam Speaker, if these costs are increasing in various different areas due to other factors like immigration, where are we going to get the money from? Because, Madam Speaker, one thing I have accepted is that there has been an attitude from, or a request from our people to slow down. Slow down what, really? Slow down growth. Going too fast. We don't know who we're building for. But I keep on trying to analyze and have dialogue and discussions with my people to say we have to understand how this economy works. Because, Madam Speaker, we do not have direct taxation. We are a consumption-based economy. Outside of financial services doing something super spectacular to get an extra 50% more business than they do, to get a substantial amount of money, more than what the revenue that we generate now through consumption and through tourism, there's only one way for us to get in more money, Madam Speaker, is to increase taxes or fees. Because we have our revenue projections and nothing spectacular is going to be jumping through the roof. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, financial services is doing better than normal. Tourism is doing better than normal, but not better, more better than normal to meet the demands and the requests of the people. And there's a lot of outstanding matters that the people are calling on us to deal with. Like pension uplift for our retirees who have given their lives to the development of the Cayman Islands, but unfortunately our cost of living has increased due to external factors, but we still have to serve them. So, Madam Speaker, I only rise to say this. We as a country needs to recognize what kind of economy we have, because there's some things that we may need to do to get revenue generating again. And it may conflict with the general requests of the public. What do I mean by that, Madam Speaker? What I mean by that is most people will say, stop developing, stop building all these roads, leave things the way they are. Madam Speaker, we can do that. It can be done. But it will come with some consequences. And some of those consequences, Madam Speaker, in a consumption-based economy that is not direct income, direct tax on your income, means that our revenues will drop. And if our revenues drop, Madam Speaker, we can't address issues like the very important one we're dealing with now. Madam Speaker, sadly, the projections right now for planning is on a down low. If the planning applications are down, that means the importation of goods for planning purposes will also start to decrease. Tourism is trying its best to get back to 2019 numbers, and thank God that the value proposition for the Cayman Islands is higher than normal, that we can make the revenues specific to our budget projections. But, Madam Speaker, again, going back to the consumption-based economy, I can't fight some of the comments that are out there. And I made a comment on the position about tourism numbers and cruise recently, earlier this week, about the fact that, yes, we will have about 25% less cruise passengers. And it's because the people's decision and wants and wills. But it does come with some negatives. And some of those negatives is 25% of the people who used to come on cruise that don't come anymore will not have to consume burgers, fries, gasoline through taxes, or a rum punch that we import, or the orange twist that is on the drink, or the straws that we got to drink it out of, or the wrapping paper that we import to wrap the burger, or the t-shirt that we charge. All of these fees. That's what consumption-based economy is. Now, is it the perfect economy? Not the best, because it forces continuous growth, which is contrary, Madam Speaker, to what the people want right now. Because they're bewildered by all the chaos and saying, hold on, a lot is going on in this country, and it's all well and done, but who is it for? Now, Madam Speaker, that's a problem. Here's why. We're trying to fix the problems that they want us to fix, but we need the money to fix it. And the problem that they want us to fix is the thing that we need the money to fix the problem with. See how confusing that is? Oh, it's confusing, Madam Speaker. But I tell you one thing, why I was comfortable and committed enough to put forward immigration reform now to protect our country, to protect our people, is because, Madam Speaker, the costs that are increasing demand obligatory by the Constitution is to Caymanians, not to work permit holders. So if a work permit holder can't make it in the Cayman Islands, they got one option. We got some iron birds, brand new, thanks to the Honorable Moses Colonel and his squad. Hopefully that didn't come off as if to say, I want you to leave because you're a very important part to our society. Unless you're taking a Caymanian's job, you're here to help our economy continue to work and develop and grow. But our obligations from a cost perspective is to our people. So we as a country, Madam Speaker, trying to relate what's happening in our economy back to this subject today, whether with a potential $1 billion budget, there seems, rightfully so, Madam Speaker, I must say, a very good delivery by the Honorable Deputy Governor, Acting Deputy Governor, on the realities of the demands that are growing, realities that these persons who've given to our society are deserving of the help, but also recognizing the growing cost to government. And my job, Madam Speaker, is to be a realist and say, hold on now, we're growing the cost. Yes, the population growth. Yes, there's higher demands on schools and education and all the things that needs assessment units, pensions, health care, cynical, all the things that the government has to pay for. The money has to come from somewhere. And if the population grows at the rate that it's growing, that means we have to find more taxes to meet those demands. So we're right to be cautious. Oh, the honorable member from Cayman Brac West and Little Cayman just suggested to be implement taxes, unless I heard him differently. Did you say that? I thought I heard you said implement taxes. That's what you said? Oh, sorry, he did not say to implement taxes. I take that back, Madam Speaker, because that's not what this government wants to do. But what we do have to have a conversation with the public is that we do have some outstanding matters to resolve. But we have to ensure that we have the revenue necessary to make our people still be able to survive. We have outside factors, external factors that are hindering this process and resolving the issues that we're facing, because who are Caymanian now? They're Caymanian now and they're a part of this family. We better get used to that, regardless of indigenous or not. Think of it as that brother-in-law that your sister married to, and you say, oh my God, he's part of the family now. So we got to learn to live with it. But what we can do is make sure that none of our family members marry any more crazies. Because in that context, when they come a part of the family, and in this context I'm saying become Caymanian, they're going to be a cost to you. And I say you, meaning us, the taxpayers. And if we are not willing to do what we have to do in this consumption-based economy to get the taxes to take care of those extra family members that have now joined the family, then we're going to be in a mess. So, Madam Speaker, when we see numbers of development decreasing, we got to ask ourselves the question, do we want to slow things down right now? Can we afford to slow things down right now? And how would the public respond to that? I didn't say Madam Speaker, my good cousin and colleague, you know when I say cousin, I'm going to say something good, right? I suggested that we are already there. But I don't think it's something that we can't fix. That's what the people put us here for. But I just say these things for the public to understand that we're going to have to make some decisions, and if something is started or approved
in order to allow our economy to continue moving. It wouldn't be fair to overreact, because you have to understand how our economy works. To be honest with you, Madam Speaker, as the Minister of Tourism, I would love for 2 investors to come and say, right now, I want to build a 300 beds hotel, both of them in the eastern districts, so I can start some work going with some imports and some more work for my people. So when they're working, they're spending. When they're spending, they're consuming. When they're consuming, we're receiving the necessary revenues so we can pay the pensions of our former civil servants. Because if the economy slows down and the needs continue to go up, dog eat their supper, as the old premier used to say. Or not the old, he not old. Former premier used to say. Yeah. So, Madam Speaker, I see my good godfather, the father of the house, is rushing me off to say that it's 11 o'clock, even though he got his chance to speak as much as he wants to. I'll wrap it up. I'll wrap it up. But, Madam Speaker, I want us to be real with ourselves. And I'm not saying this only to the public, but I'm saying this to us in this room. In this room, we have to tell the truth to the people of how our economy works. Because only when they understand fully how our economy works can they digest and understand a decision that may be contrary to something they feel at this moment. Do we have the control and make sure that what is going on is in the best interest of the Caymanian people? Yes. But that can't happen at a snip of a finger unless we, like Anguilla, have just recently, by the stroke of luck, have the domain name of .ai. The #1 most expensive domain in the world right now, AI, .ai. And it just so happened that, like us at Cayman got .ky, they happen to have done .ai. And now it's gone crazy. So they got a new source of revenue, boom, $50 million every year out of the blue. Or we can be like, what's the other one, the Caribbean island? Grenada. The Grenada, they got oil? Which one got oil? Grenada, right? Not Grenada. Guyana. Guyana. Unless we strike oil like Guyana, we have to be realistic with the public and the expectations. Madam Speaker, I'll say this and I'm going to wrap up now after this comment. We keep on forgetting that we went through a pandemic for 2 years. Our civil servants didn't get any cuts. Our public servants didn't get any cuts. We supplied stipends for our people, and people think the money came out of the air. It came from somewhere. And we're obligated by the FFR to make sure that we meet the ratios necessary to meet any demands. You think the UK business about whether or not which demands you didn't get to make? When you send that budget down there, you better make sure the ratios work out. Cut education to give you roads, or cut social welfare to give you tourism. Cut health to give you sports. However you want to do it, they're not business with that. What they business with, the budget that you send down there meets the taxes and your obligations. All they want to make sure that they have is no liability financially. And that's a good thing for the Cayman Islands. We've always been in that position, and we want to maintain that. But what it means, particularly on the track from an immigration perspective that we're on, and the cost obligations that's coming down the pipeline with it, we better be prepared to make sure that the consumption-based economy that we have still continues to operate while we slowly try to resolve the who are we building for question. Because it's not a magic tap that you can turn off. You turn it off, so does your lights. Madam Speaker, hopefully that wasn't too overwhelming, but it is related to the simple question of whether we should do 1.9 million for those amazing civil servants who worked to build this country, because it's a cost factor. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Minister for Financial Services and Commerce. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Madam Speaker, with apologies to Sarge, I just still don't trust that lectern. So, and apologies to the listening public for the momentary break. Madam Speaker, it's almost 11:20, so I'm going to modify my contribution because the motion on its face is pretty straightforward. I was going to spend some time, which I probably should still do, to add some, for public consumption, some statistics and budget impact so we understand the full breadth of the decision we make tonight. I thank the member for Red Bay for bringing the motion. I could not in any way say with a straight face that it's irrational. When I advocated in front of caucus and presented to cabinet the case for an uplift of long-term financial assistance was plain. No one could seriously argue in Cayman that someone could make it on just $9.50 per month. So, Madam Speaker, I should state from the outset, not just because it's 11:20, but because it's the right thing, that I have no quarrel with the uplift in the civil service pensions. In fact, when I put forward the proposal to caucus and then to cabinet, I did raise that it was a foreseeable reaction that there would be a request for a comparable uplift for civil service pensioners. And as I think the member for Auden Town West was alluding to, it was about a week later, and you remember you called me with the exact same request. So I won't spend much time on that aspect of the motion, because I think it's plain. But just to add a bit more context and information around the increase of long-term financial assistance, Madam Speaker, from $1,250 to $1,500 starting 1 January 2024, it may be useful for members and the listening public to know the size of the population that we're talking about. So at the moment, there are roughly, but they fluctuate, because as we said at the outset of this meeting, we've had a lot of folks passing in our community, so the numbers will fluctuate. But at the moment, I'm advised that there are 1,162 recipients of long-term financial assistance, 898 recipients of the Seafarers Gratia payment, and 43 veterans. So at the moment, it's about 2,103 persons. If the increase, as the motion calls for, is done in the budget, that would add roughly about another 6.3 million to the budget on top of the existing numbers, 6.3 million. When one considers that this administration increased from 950 to 1250, it's just over a 30% increase. And the Consumer Price Index report suggests that there's been a rise in inflation, as was in the motion prior to this one, of 6.6 increase in cost of living since last year. At the time, in August, it seemed as a adequate increase. When one also considers that the way in which we view financial assistance now is that persons in which that is inadequate is also eligible for additional services from NEU in the form of food and utility on top of the $12.50. So, Madam Speaker, I, at this point, think that I should raise some realities that we have to grapple with. I'm going to try to handle this as tactfully as I can, but I feel duty-bound to share with members and with the public some of the realities that are faced by the Department of Children and Family Services and the Needs Assessment Unit. I'm sure I'm not alone, Madam Speaker, as others who are in this chamber and outside of this chamber who've had responsibility for the overall remit of social services that have been named differently over the years: community affairs, social services, social affairs. But I don't think that whoever those ministers were, some of them are in this room, will probably agree with me that you get, when you're the responsible minister, everybody's constituent who's affected coming to you. All of you I've serviced and listened, met with, on the phone with, all of your constituents. And in some cases, the need does not just arise from the cost of living. It arises sometimes with some complex social situations. To name a few, and I'm not saying that any of this is done with malice or ill will, human beings. But there are older persons who aren't treated right. There are persons who I've read emails, I've read WhatsApps, railing that NEU is not helping them. But when I go to visit or I bring them to my office on the phone, I said, ma'am, I know you're getting the $12.50. I know your household. All of your expenses should be met. What's happening? And it's only privately then do they say, my adult child said they needed to leave for a break and went on a vacation, and I gave the money. Or for someone who is permanently differently abled or is a seafarer might have a spouse who's able, my age, and not working. So as the responsible minister, I have the social worker on the one hand saying, but minister, I know that you would want to assist that member's constituent. I know that the quick fix is to try to give additional services, but why is the able adult not working when we have provided every opportunity, job applications, taken them to fosters to get a job? Some people have walked off the job. Why is that person not contributing to the household? That the 1250 can't stretch. If that person was, this household would be in a different position. There are also cases in which these are difficult judgment calls. We have to be honest, in which there are those of very, very advanced age. And as those the needs assessment unit tries to do as best as it can, its compliance can sometimes stumble on folks who have very large, healthy bank balances. And it's very difficult to have the conversation with someone, and I understand that I'm not accusing anyone of any ill intent. If you're of a very advanced age and that money in your account, which can be 6 figures at times, is dwindling down, you don't want to see it dwindle down because you don't have anything else coming in. But at the same time, on the other end of the ledger, there may be someone who is desperate, who has nothing, and can't fit into the budget because of that other person who can survive probably for the next 12 years. These are difficult judgment calls. So I don't think, just to add balance to the discussion, it can all be attributed to cost of living, which is why the member for Georgetown North's motion on full-time employment was timely, because these are connected. Just to share some insights as how we arrived at 1250 in August. Prior to taking it to caucus, I had consultation with the Seafarers Association Council. I had consultation with a few older persons in the constituency, and further afield in the eastern districts, just to say, if we can move to 1250 now, and I'm not saying it can't be revisited come January, but we can ensure that if the 1250 falls short and you have a legitimate case and all the due diligence checks out, you can receive additional services to make sure you can survive. We now have to deploy other resources to work on the other portion of the financial assistance population. So just to break that down for a bit, at the moment, 2/3 of the financial assistance population are older persons, persons who have permanent disabilities, seafarers, and vets. 1/3 are those who, by all evidence so far, are able. So what I drew, and the Premier alluded to this as well, in the motion on full-time employment, is that we do have to dedicate a portion to the budget to try to get that 1/3 down. in order to resolve some of the issues of why the older persons need more money. Because if we can have targeted focus on that 1/3, it may relieve the older person to be able to have more at the end of the month. So money saved is money earned. And this isn't pie in the sky. In building the financial assistance legislation, it's just so fitting, or maybe that's what the Lord intended, that Ms. Gloria McField is sitting as the acting DG tonight. Because, Ms. Gloria, do you remember that we ran a pilot last year as we were testing the financial assistance legislation of 6 young women, most of whom had more than one child? You were there at the end where they got certificates, but you heard the stories of asking and probing, why aren't you working? And us making a note of all the barriers: transportation, no internet, don't know how to write a resume, childcare, who watches the child if I go for the interview? If I get the job, who watches the child? The other parent is not in the picture. And when we said, okay, let's devote some resources just in this test case to see what happens if we remove those barriers, can they enter into the formal economy, Madam Speaker? And you saw, and I think you distributed some of the certificates of the young ladies who made it. And some of them, a year later, I think about 4 out of the 6, if I'm not mistaken, have not gone back to NEU. Some of them have pretty high-paying jobs. And at the time they entered into the pilot, they didn't think it was possible. They honestly believed that they would be with NEU and nobody cared. After this, I'm going to share which member whose constituent it was, because that one of them is working as an administrative assistant. And I joked with her and say, you swapped your typing skills for blowing up your MP on social media to now making money in a firm typing complex affidavits. That's what it needs to be about. And then that young person now can afford childcare. That's not on the grandparent anymore. That relieves that expense that was going out the door. That person now has outstanding health care, is able to afford childcare, and is now saving up. When we turn this affordable housing scheme on, get her to the next station so she has property. So I think we have to build a budget, and that's part of the reason why, Leader of the Opposition, when we provided consultation on the financial assistance regulations, of why we're trying to measure twice and cut once before we commence the legislation. Because in addition to thinking about things like the NICE program, it should not be on government alone. What the Social Development Policy team has been doing since you saw the last draft of the regulations, which includes services that don't exist now, transportation, for internet, for fees, to get around those barriers to work, is to also develop private sector partners who can take on some of these individuals. And the arrangement is, and I've said this last week at a financial services conference, after giving the financial services updates, we have to get real with the community because we need your help too. So you take Johnny in the mailroom. You don't have to pay Johnny. We are already paying Johnny. You take Johnny for 3 months. Hopefully with some polishing and some training, you come back and say to the ministry, I can't live without Johnny. Where has he been all my life? You then take on Johnny, and then Johnny disappears from the welfare budget and goes off into the formal economy, much like 3 out of 4 of those 6 young ladies did. So in explaining this to those focus groups and the Seafarers Association, Council, they understood, okay, I see what you're trying to do. Because of their age, they remember a Cayman where people did go to work, didn't go to government. That government was what it was intended welfare to be, the very last resort, not the first resort. So I think we have to think about a range of other services to dedicate in the budget. There's a couple of motions here on the House of affordable housing, but we also need transitional housing. That question that the member for Georgetown North asked, who do I call when that person is by the roadside? He's right. There's no one that answers that right now. We need to have that transitional housing for that person who, forget affordable, can't afford anything and is living on the street, to get them into shelter now. That's going to have a bit of budget behind it, because you're going to have to think about, if we're going to offer that, which seems to be needed now with the growing number of homelessness, and NEU accommodation is resting solely on private landlords, there needs to be another alternative for these cases where there is an emergency. That's going to have a bit of budget behind it to figure out who is the right set of resources to manage those places. We're going to have to think about funding for things like the NICE program, given those additional services to jump the hurdles that are preventing people from getting to work. And we might have to have partnerships with other community groups for additional job training, for additional hospitality training. It takes a bit of budget. So I am not advocating, to be clear, and provide my advice to the House from the vantage point of the Social Development Ministry, that we shouldn't try to find, Madam Speaker, that uplift for the civil service pensioners. And I'm not saying that we should say outright no to the member for Red Bay, that we shouldn't consider $1,500. But I do think that rather that seem as if it's some binding resolution when we get to the budget, if it doesn't get that high, bear in mind, it may be dedicated to these other demographics that we need to upskill and place into the formal economy, so that we as a country start moving again and getting back to the days that the older persons that we're fighting for tonight remember. So many of them, when you go to visit, you all know this better than me. Some of our stalwarts may be suffering, but you wouldn't know it because they don't come forward. There's people, when you go and try to check to see if the house has been repaired, say, ma'am, why didn't you call us? Why didn't you put in an application? No, I don't go to government. That's not me. But somewhere along the line, that mindset has shifted to folks who call government first. And we have to create a sea change in that mindset using tools like the NICE program, but that is going to need backup when we commence the financial assistance legislation to motivate folks who are getting a benefit to place a condition that in exchange for that benefit, you need to do something of value for the country and get yourself into the formal economy. Our sincere intention, now that we have about 20 or so private sector partners, if we start thinking about the NICE program, and I've demoed the new system so that the NEU process becomes less manual. And I saw the demo, probably not quite yet. I think the IT team needs a few more weeks so that the calculation is done by the software instantly in real time so the applicant can view and see it. Rather than waiting for someone to go through, do the calculations, you'll be able to load your documents and have the software complete the calculation, thereby trying to provide and upscale the NEU officer to then begin to look at individuals holistically to say, where might be your best skill set deployed so that you do something of value for the community, and we begin to turn this ship around. So by all means, colleagues, let's try to find the uplift for the civil service pensioners, but let's really gauge exactly what we're doing in a holistic financial assistance strategy way, than just rush to uplift something when there are other underlying root causes beyond cost of living that we need to devote resources for to address. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member, the Honourable Premier?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just be fairly brief. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the members who have spoken so far in relation to this motion. This is clearly a matter that we all are sympathetic to, Madam Speaker, and we have just had the explanation, the insights from the member, the minister rather, for social development, who has painted a very clear portrait of some of the challenges that present themselves with the work that is done in that ministry. And Madam Speaker, I think it goes beyond saying that not one single member of this House would want to not be in a position to be able to provide the level of support across the board, particularly given the circumstances of the past 18 to 24 months. Madam Speaker, I think the minister has done a great job in outlining how we arrived at the decision to assist and prioritize those two-thirds members of that cohort that we could be considering to be able to assist. Madam Speaker, we made the decision that we would prioritize those people who were vulnerable, those who were elderly, those who were veterans, those who were seamen. Now, Madam Speaker, yes, the discussion has been held in relation to moving in a further stage to support the other elements of that cohort, real people. But Madam Speaker, there are times when you do have to juggle priorities. There's no doubt about that. And I think what we have had reflected here this evening is an acceptance that that has to be the case. We can't put other priorities ahead of that. So we will be looking to address the civil service, the retired civil service pensioners who are receiving these ex gratia payments, Madam Speaker. It may not be that we do it immediately, but we are going to move to address those very shortly, Madam Speaker, at least by the commencement of the next year, which is not far away. Madam Speaker, again, I thank the Minister for his very clear, concise explanation of the nature of the challenge. And I'd say that this just reflects the realities of the sort of decisions that have to be made in terms of determining priorities from time to time. It may be that you have to do one thing this quarter and take the further action the next quarter in order to balance those competing priorities, in order to balance the access to the resources that you have available to you. Madam Speaker, we do not have an unlimited resources. I think all members clearly are aware of that. So, Madam Speaker, with that, again, I thank all members who have contributed on this and look forward to being able to assist those civil servants who are retired, who are receiving the ex gratia payments in relatively short order. Thank you.
Does any other member, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, very briefly, because I know it is very late, but I do want to thank the Premier for his words and for what he stated categorically, that the government would be taking this on and seeking to address the issues that have been raised by this motion. Madam Speaker, it is something I had been advocating for better part of nearly a year now, certainly since April. And Madam Speaker, I do believe that they will find a way to get it done. They have the ability to do it over there, and I hope you all will all come together and just get this done, and let's address this anomaly that exists, and let's make sure that our people are getting the right assistance that they need and deserve, Madam Speaker. So I do appreciate the support that they have indicated that they will do and seek to address the substance of this private member's motions, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thanks to all members of the House who have spoken in relation to this motion. Madam Speaker, I want to especially thank the Minister for Social Development for his explanation. I can't think of the right word, but his speech about what the ministry is seeking to achieve and the various programs and various considerations that they are making. I don't quibble with any of that. I have been the Minister for Community Affairs. I have some real appreciation of the challenges there. The one issue, though, that I don't, or I differ from him. Let me put it that way. I'm trying to be non-confrontational. Is about the amount. Because all of the other issues that he spoke about, trying to get people from welfare into work and breaking down the barriers that are keeping them from achieving that, and so forth and so on, really relate to young people or younger people, people who are capable of working still. The seafarers and the veterans are, by and large, well beyond that point. The issue, pure and simple, when you boil it down, is this: can anyone in this country be expected to live decently on $1,250 a month? That's the question. All of the other programs, commendable, support them. But what we are dealing with now is the amount. What we are trying to get to is the lowest possible amount that we can ask people who don't have another source of income to accept that they can live on. That's where this motion is trying to get us. Madam Speaker, we have massive challenges. I've talked about them for years. The veterans and the seamen, in a very few years, will be no more. As my father used to say all the time, the young may die, but the old must. But what is going to replace them in terms of government's obligation is a whole new generation of people for whom, even if they are working now and making pension contributions, the pension they're going to get at the end is going to be wholly inadequate to look after them. That, coupled with the obligation for health insurance, because so many people can't afford to pay the premium. This is small compared to what a government is going to be dealing with in another 10 years. Those two areas, pensions and health insurance cover, have got to be grappled with and dealt with. Countries all over the world struggle with these issues, so it's not as though we can just pull a model from somewhere and say this is going to fix everything. And the only reason why I will support the legislation triggered by the motion that was brought by the member from Bontown West about raiding the pension schemes again is because I see, I won't say on a daily basis, but on a regular basis, that the system that we have in place for those who now qualify for pension is wholly inadequate to cover their expenses. So you might as well take it now. And if you can do something useful and productive with it, like paying off a mortgage, because at least you won't have that obligation. So for the younger members of this House who have the ambition of remaining here in the longer term, massive, massive, massive problems to cope with, to grapple with. So we might as well, when we have $1 billion budget, $1 billion revenue budget. Start thinking about priorities. Because it's no matter how many beautiful roads we build and schools we construct, if the average person cannot even feed themselves on what income they have. To the Minister of Tourism's question, who is it all? Why are we doing all of this? Who are we doing all of this for? So I get the sense that every member of this House, certainly every member who's spoken, and those who haven't spoken, I think it's because they agree tacitly that we need to do everything we can to improve the lives of people who are under these various schemes. And we need to do so in financial terms. So as I say, I get the sense that everybody agrees about that. What perhaps not everybody agrees about is where this money is going to come from and what other programs and projects are going to have to be put to one side or to be reduced in scope and range to accommodate this. But this we have to do. Madam Speaker, again, I just thank all members for their contribution.
Honorable Minister for Social Development.
I was only going to ask, I don't think you caught my eye in my light, but I was only going to ask the member for Red Bay for just, if you would give way for one point of elucidation to make a clarification. Huh? Yeah, because you didn't catch my eye. That's why.
Apologize that I didn't catch your eye before the member sat.
It's just very brief. I don't think, because we've been very civil, so it's not to be combative, but it's just to make one quick clarification. It's not really a disagreement in the amount for the older person. It's only making the point that there are different categories of persons. You could still go to the 1,500, but if the older person is still given the lion's share of the 1,500, the person in the household who's not pulling their weight, you'll still have the same problem. So for the older person who lives alone and is going to 1,500, that might be fine. But we still have to cure the problem of the person who's giving the lion's share, whatever amount you choose, to the younger person who could be working. It's the only clarification.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers further increasing the monthly ex gratia stipend paid to older persons and adults living with permanent disabilities who receive financial assistance, retired seafarers and veterans and their surviving spouses, to at least $1,500 effective January 1st, 2024. And be it further resolved that the government considers amending the public service pensions ex gratia uplift payments regulations so that the minimum cumulative pension is increased to $1,250 effective August 1st, 2023, and to at least $1,500 effective January 1st, 2024, to ensure that all civil service pensioners receive a pension of at least that paid to older persons receiving permanent financial assistance from the government. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against, no. The elected member for Red Bay.
Just ask for division, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Bernard Bush. Absent. Honorable Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Miss Heather Bolin.
Aye.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell.
Aye.
Miss Barbara Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Yes.
Division number 19, private members motion number 7 of 2023-2024. Cost of living adjustment for those receiving the ex gratia financial assistance and civil service pensions uplift. I have 17 ayes and 1 absentee. The ayes have it.
Private members motion number 8 of 2023-2024. Cayman Islands government program to encourage private sector schemes for affordable homes, to be moved by the elected member for Georgetown North and seconded by the elected member for Georgetown East.
The elected member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to need 2 toothpicks to put in my eyes. Keep them open at this stage. 5. Madam Speaker, I rise. I rise to move private members motion number 8 in my name. CIG program to encourage private sector schemes for affordable homes. And the whereas reads as follows. Whereas there are currently some 700 persons on the waiting list for affordable homes from the National Housing Development Trust, NHDT. In 2021, the waiting list was reported as being 400 persons. And whereas in addition to the homes already under construction, the NHDT currently has about 69 homes approved to be built as a part of its affordable home scheme. 19 West Bay, 5 in East End, and 45 in Bodden Town. And whereas there are only another 87 homes currently being considered and not yet approved to be built in East End and West Bay, with none yet fully confirmed to be built in Georgetown. And whereas the demand for affordable rental housing for Caymanians far exceeds the available supply. And whereas there are no government initiatives focused on improving access to rented housing for Caymanians. And whereas the demand for affordable housing will undoubtedly increase further in the coming years. And whereas, despite its best efforts, the NHDT will not be able to produce homes fast enough to meet the demand. And whereas the country needs to utilize private sector builders to fill the gap that government schemes cannot meet. Be it therefore resolved that the government considers developing and incentivizing more private sector built affordable home ownership schemes and home rental schemes, with such homes employing reasonable energy saving measures, including solar panels.
Is there a seconder to the motion? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to second the motion.
Motion has been moved and is seconded and is now open for debate. Does the mover wish to speak to the motion?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I certainly do. I wouldn't mind a lectern if... I'm going to try to be as short as I possibly can. Well, I just need some ink, put these things down, and that's all. Madam Speaker, my earlier motion on the GG Ham program I may overlap that motion a bit on this one, but since that program, Madam Speaker, had been true and tried here in Cayman, I moved that motion on its own merit as not to, in case I was not successful with this one, I wanted the GG Ham one to have an opportunity in its own. And Madam Speaker, affordable housing is a significant concern for Caymanians today. It has been a concern for as long as I can remember. What is different today, though, is that affordable housing for middle-income Caymanians is getting harder to find. Madam Speaker, there are many reasons for this, including wages that have grown very little in over a decade, while housing costs have skyrocketed. And this is no surprise to anyone. Madam Speaker, another issue has been zoning, or the lack thereof zoning, and namely the National Development Plan and the need for it to be updated. Madam Speaker, we could look at all the reasons we have this problem, but then we would not be problem solvers. We would only be complainers. Our Caymanian people elected us to improve their lives and not complain about it, Madam Speaker. Understanding a problem's cause can be important, but Madam Speaker, proposing viable solutions is much more critical. Indeed, we in the opposition intend to do all that we can to push the government to do the right thing and to improve our people's lives. Madam Speaker, our home is a place of safety for children as they learn, develop, and grow in confidence. If we own our own family home, it can provide security as we move into our old age. Owning your own home should be a realizable dream for Caymanian families. But not everyone can afford or even want the obligations of a mortgage and owning a home. People are different, Madam Speaker. So for those who do not own their own home, as they enter into retirement, they should have access to affordable housing to rent. The recent census indicated that roughly half of the residents rented versus owning a home. Census did not show how many are Caymanians, but I suspect that the number of Caymanians who rent versus own is increasing. So we need to support affordable renters as well. But Madam Speaker, we must also ensure that the market has sufficient affordable houses or apartments for sale to preserve the Caymanian home ownership dream. But Madam Speaker, before I'm accused of throwing rocks into pig pens, the previous progressive administration reinvigorated the work on the National Housing Development Trust. New affordable housing schemes were delivered in East End and Bordentown, and land purchases were made for further projects, including 24 acres in Georgetown. Madam Speaker, zero stamp duty thresholds were raised to support more young Caymanian first-time buyers. I will point out one more time that the motion passed in this House over a year ago to increase these thresholds further, along with reducing the stamp duty for Caymanians to 5% from 7%, is still waiting to be done. We, along with the Caymanian people, Madam Speaker, urge the government to get this done at the very next session of Parliament. Madam Speaker, before the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, Minister Dwayne Seymour recognized my passion for housing and invited me to co-spearhead an initiative to find solutions to our housing challenges. That is the way we worked back then, Madam Speaker. The process started with a dedicated housing committee group of civil servants, led by the very capable Matthew Hilton, who engaged with more than 50 stakeholders to explore the housing challenges and to find potential solutions. Much progress was made, Madam Speaker, but the pandemic stopped that work. However, the results still exist on some shelf in some ministry. Madam Speaker, the current government has continued our work with the NHDT's affordable housing schemes. As the motion indicates, some 700 or so persons are waiting for an opportunity to purchase an NHDT affordable home. And if my information, Madam Speaker, is correct, besides the homes now underway, there are another 69 homes approved to be built, and none in Georgetown, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, sources also reveal that another 87 homes are being considered, but these still need approval. So again, Madam Speaker, no firm commitments exist for any of these to be built in Georgetown. So whilst the NHDT affordable homes are continuing, the government at this point has failed to continue the work we started on other solutions for affordable housing. Again, in this motion, Madam Speaker, my goal is that the debate today will help give the government a push in the right direction. Madam Speaker, if there's one thing that should be obvious to all of us, is that it is with a demand for 7 affordable homes and with this growing every year, the best of intentions, the NHDT will not be able to provide affordable homes fast enough to fill the need. The country will need private sector builders to assist. And Madam Speaker, the NHDT are not geared up to cater to provide affordable renting houses. So again, this needs private sector solutions. So Madam Speaker, I'll jump ahead, and what I will do, Madam Speaker, is try to offer some of the potential ideas that are there, and I won't get into all the technical aspects of it, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I pulled a couple of programs quickly from the UK, since we are an overseas territory of the UK, and would make it much easier to have access to these programs to look at how we could implement them here. But, Madam Speaker, the UK has an affordable home ownership schemes, which the NHDT and the private sector could participate in. The first of which is a shared ownership, Madam Speaker. You buy 10 to 75% shares of the property, and then you pay rent on the rest. Madam Speaker, as time goes on, you can do what they consider staircasing. You can buy more shares each year, and the more shares you buy, the less rent you pay. So it's basically a rent to own in partnership with qualified developers or with the government. And Madam Speaker, if you want to sell this home, you can sell your shares at the market value, and if you own up to 100%, you can actually sell them on the open market. So if you want to sell them, you don't own 100%, you sell them for the market value back into the scheme. However, if you do own 100%, you can sell it on the open market. Madam Speaker, another scheme is a help to build equity loan. This is very similar to the GG Ham or the build on your own property. This is a government-backed loan to cover a part of the construction of your own home. If you qualify for a mortgage, you can apply for between 5 to 20% of the estimated land and building costs from the government. Madam Speaker, interestingly, if you are in London, it's up to 40% because of the high cost of accommodations in London. And that is something that we would also want to do here, is to look at zoning areas, because if you are going to be purchasing, for instance, in the eastern districts, the cost may be a bit lower than if you're purchasing closer to town. Madam Speaker, up to £600, you can have access up to £600 if you're buying the land and the building, or up to £400 if you're building on your own land. So again, these numbers are just examples, and just examples of programs that are easy accessible. This is in the UK. Madam Speaker, another program is called the Lifetime Individual Saving Account. This is one I thought that both CIDB and the local banks could do. This is known as the ISA. And Madam Speaker, this is available for persons 18 years to 40 years old. And you can open it anytime after 18, but before you're 40. And this is designed for you to save for your first home or for later life. And Madam Speaker, if you save up to $4,000 per year, you can save up to $4,000 per year until you're 50. And the government will add a 25% bonus on your savings up to £1,000. So again, this is another program that encourages persons to save towards buying their home, and the government actually incentivizes or gives them a bonus for their savings. Madam Speaker, another program is the First Home Scheme. This one is more designed for private sector, where government would incentivize private sector with concessions, perhaps on government land. Government would put out an RFP for persons to provide proposals on schemes on government land or on their own properties. And first-time home buyers may buy homes for 30 to 50% less than the market value. The home can be a new build by a developer or a home bought as part of the scheme. Madam Speaker, once you qualify for a mortgage, up to 50% of the costs can be covered. An income, this referred for persons with an income less of £80,000. Of course, here in Cayman, the number would be significantly different. Madam Speaker, in this scheme, you can only sell to someone who qualifies for the very same discount. So here's another program where if you purchased it at a 30% below market price, 50% below market price, if you are selling it, you have to sell it back to someone who qualifies for the scheme at the very same discount of the current market price. Another one is the Help to Buy, Madam Speaker. This was a program that the UK government ran from 2021 to 2023. In fact, it ended in March of this year. This is an equity loan scheme which could be done by the private sector, once again, through CIDB or the local banks. And Madam Speaker, the scheme lets you buy a new build home with a 5% deposit. You borrow an equity loan from the government of up to 20% of the property value, or up to 40% if you're in London. Interest rate free for 5 years, Madam Speaker, and then 1.75% after that. So here's another opportunity, another scheme that allows persons who are right there, they just don't have the money to achieve that down payment, and they have the ability to borrow those funds at no interest rates for 5 years, and then at one, in this case, at a low interest rate going forward from there. Madam Speaker, I spoke earlier about the committee that we put together during the last administration, and this was a joint effort between several ministries, Madam Speaker, the Children and Family Services, NAU, Planning, and we had over 50 meetings with persons from the private sector. At that time, Madam Speaker, I clearly remember NAU requirements were for 100, or what they thought would be for the next few years, because we were talking about over 10 years actually, 120 multifamily homes, and about another 20 to 30 single-person accommodations. They required, which we thought, our thoughts on this, Madam Speaker, was that we would put out an RFP for Caymanian landowners across the 3 islands. They could submit to the program, and government would offer 10-year guaranteed lease and concessions. In some cases with planning, we talked about designing duplexes, 5 apartments, things that these would be stamp and go. If it could fit in your land, you got planning approval and you could go. But this allowed Caymanians who own land that perhaps don't have the equity or the cash to develop it to go to the bank with guaranteed leases from the government, with concessions from the government. And Madam Speaker, one of the beautiful things about this, by putting it out across the 3 islands and putting Grand Cayman across Grand Cayman, is that we said we would never take over an entire project. For instance, if a person had the ability to build 5 apartments, we would give him a 10-year lease for 2. And the person would be allowed to put the other 3 in the open market. Our feelings were that we wanted to promote social integration. We didn't want people to drive by and say, oh, you see that apartment complex? That's all NAU. We wanted to promote social integration and then at the same time allow the landowner, the developer, to compete in the open market with the remaining units. At the time, we were also told that government required a semi-assisted sort of barracks or dormitory for young kids who have hit the age and are coming out of the various foster programs, but are not quite ready to be on their own as yet. And this would be a facility where the kids would stay and persons would check in. There would be security cameras, etc. And persons would check in with them in the mornings and in the evenings. And there would be what we would consider semi-assisted programs. Very similar to what the minister spoke about earlier, about transition homes and somewhere that we can put persons during emergencies. I don't know how many other members in the House have been called at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning when there's been a fire and your constituent's home has been burnt down and you have to go and find a hotel room to put them in. And then the next day, you got to find somewhere else to put them. And the next day, until NAU 2, 3, 4 days later can get organized and get them in to somewhere or find a place, which was the most difficult thing. So, and again, another thing that we can put out an RFP for and have Caymanians come in, present proposals on these transition homes or these emergency homes for adults. The need may actually be there for some seniors as well, Madam Speaker, because not all seniors need full-time assistance, and the Pines can only handle so much. And quite often, we find ourselves trying to find accommodations for seniors in this very difficult rental market. So, Madam Speaker, as we said earlier, there was a lot of discussion earlier about supply and demand. And if development slows down, it means that there's no more building, means that there's no more places to rent. And even when development is happening, Madam Speaker, who are we to tell a developer that you shouldn't develop in the $1 million range where your 10, 15, 20% return is going to be $100,000, $200,000, $300,000? Who are we to tell a person that? But if we say to that person, we will incentivize you to build in the $300,000 to $400,000 range. We will give you the ability to max out your property. We will give you import concessions. We will assist you as much as the government possibly can in order for them to encourage them to build in this $300,000 to $400,000 to $500,000 category, whatever the government sees the need for. And then in return for some of those concessions, the government would take units and put them into the NHDT program to then be given to Caymanians, sold to Caymanians. So we have to incentivize not just the small landowner who needs that support in getting his property developed, but also the larger landowners, the larger developers. We have to encourage them, incentivize them, not to go for the high-end markets, but make it worth their while to develop for the markets that we so desperately need. So, Madam Speaker, again, my goal here this evening, I had afternoon written here in my notes. My goal here this morning is to encourage or to lend my support to the government as they prepare for the upcoming budget in implementing such programs to help our people achieve their dreams of proper housing, whether it be rental/ownership, or outright ownership. Madam Speaker, again, I said earlier, I admire the minister's passion for building, but we cannot build homes fast enough through the NHDT. Let's use the tools we have and the resources gained from our success to help put our people in proper housing. Madam Speaker, it is just about 12:30 a.m., so I will conclude my presentation. But I do hope, Madam Speaker, as we're all tired and it is early in the morning, that my efforts did not fall on deaf ears, Madam Speaker, or sleeping ears. Because, Madam Speaker, there are some wonderful ideas out there. There are excellent opportunities and ways that we can provide housing and assistance for our people without it all being on the back of the government. We just have to think outside the box a little bit. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Minister for Planning and Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, let's see what time it is. Probably, I don't think I need the glasses now. Madam Speaker, I just listened to the member for Georgetown North with his motion on about national housing, and not only about national housing, but helping Caymanians getting the housing, but also with developers getting into there. Madam Speaker, one of the things that we can do right off the bat to try to help developers is that, the member touched about it too, was the rezoning is a great one that we have been looking at, and also about lot sizes is a second one that is really good because developers can actually take opportunity to get more houses on the lot sizes. We can get them a little bit smaller. And I know my good team back in the ministry there, Pai, is already looking at that, along with the CEO and the deputy CEO and the director of planning. Madam Speaker, but a lot of the stuff that the member spoke about, NHT is already starting to go. And he said, before getting there, he said one part about fail, but I didn't catch everything into it. But if he, yeah. I don't know if you were saying that the government was failing or NHT was failing, but anyhow, I'll just leave it alone because I only got to write down the word fail because it was so late in the night on that one. It slipped me by. But Madam Speaker, when you talk to the developers to try to get them into the housing market right now, it's not that they don't want to get in there. It's not that they're not asking for government help. I mean, what the biggest challenge against them right now is the high interest rates. Borrowing, and also people not being able to qualify for the loans. So that is one of the main things that is driving the market for housing. Now, we talked about earlier the GG Ham program, which is a great one that would actually get going and help to push those in the housing. But Madam Speaker, one of the things that I've actually tasked the NHT to do also is to get back into the lease to own program and start to think like how the developers are thinking when it comes to that at least 20% of whatever they're building, they put back in the lease to own to lease, and the rest they can sell out. Because, Madam Speaker, we know there's a lot of people that's on the list that, because of the high interest rates, are going to have challenges to get into a home. And with what we're looking at with the lease to own is, at least for 5 years, you could actually lease your home from NHDT and then reassess you because you would have equity built in already and paying your payment down, and to see then whether you could go to qualify for the bank to be able to buy the house outright afterwards from NHDT. And if you hit that threshold where you could, then we would allow you to go to the bank to go and pay off. If not, then we would actually reevaluate you and go back through for another term of lease to own. Madam Speaker, right now we have several projects ongoing, and I know that the member listed every single project except for the North Side Housing Project. Did you deliberately do that one or what? 1 second. Madam Speaker, sorry. I was just wondering. That's right, yeah. But you guys didn't build anything in Georgetown under your watch either. I didn't sell it, sir. Madam Speaker, the member for Red Bay need to retract that. Madam Speaker, the member. I don't want nobody to mishear that. These mics are loud. People can hear it. No. Let us not go down that road about it because I don't want to have to talk it. National Trust. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole with the member Red Bay tonight. I'll make him carry me down in that Alice in Wonderland where he was one time. I'm not going back down that one with him. But Madam Speaker, one of the things that I also find that the challenges for NHTT is this, to be able to work with developers, to be able to move a lot faster also, is this procurement and this bonfire system. It is very challenging to be able to work directly with developers. It really challenges them to get on board with them, because if it wasn't for that, I can tell you there are developers that are willing to work along with NHTT to hit that challenge, that mark. But because of that, NHTT highs are almost tied on the way that they go out to work with a developer. It has to be on bonfire, an RFP has to be done, and these things take a little bit longer. Now, one thing I can say also is that the government has been looking for more land lots to be able to help NHTT. And we have identified land that we are going to be helping NHTT in a short while, which will be making an announcement somewhere later on. Yeah. But we haven't gone through. See, the blue paper, yeah, we did. But it is several lots that we have looked at where yes, you're actually right. There are several lots that we have looked at around the island, and we have identified over 17 lots that we are transitioning over to NHTT from West Bay to East End, lots in Bordentown, lots in Newlands, lots in Georgetown, several small, some of them are smaller lots where one house could be built on it, some of them a little bit bigger, where a duplex can be built in it, yes. But Madam Speaker, the member also spoke about, and I think I keep hearing the circle, about we haven't built nothing in Georgetown yet. We haven't built nothing in Georgetown yet. Madam Speaker, our next phase that we're looking at right now, which the member list off of here is the 19 in West Bay, which I'm happy to say is up to the rooftop, and those people should be having their keys for the Christmas. But, Madam Speaker, as you know, and as everybody else may, some other members may know, the Apple Blossom site in West Bay, we just got planning approval for.
Member, can you speak into the mic a little louder, please?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Speaker, I heard you loud and clear. Madam Speaker, as you may be aware, and I know this one have come across you, and we have talked about it for several times, and we are finally there to be able to do something with the Apple Blossom site, where we are going to be able to start to build 50-odd homes on that particular site. Madam Speaker, we've got planning permission for that particular site. There are some infrastructure changes that we have to do to that site, but we are still on target to try to start a few homes this year on that site, even though the infrastructure, some infrastructure has to change. So, Madam Speaker, that one site has been sitting for several years and nobody did anything with it. I don't know if anybody can go back and tell me how long that site has been sitting, but I'll listen to one of you all. About 20 years. Member for Red Bay said not quite, but anyhow, it was at least close enough and on that. 2 progressive terms, I would call it. 3 progressive terms. Madam Speaker, once we get those houses started in there, I am assuring that I know that some of the people there is going to be happy to see that something is being done with that particular site. There are individuals in there that I know are going to be looking at the lease to own program that we just put in place. I have the first draft of it sitting on my desk right now to go to Cabinet for approval. Madam Speaker, we have also looked at putting together a housing task force to come up with different ideas basically on how we deal with housing, the housing crisis in the country. And I must say they have been meeting, they have been working very hard, and there are some brilliant ideas that are coming out of that, that task force. Madam Speaker, the site in Georgetown, the NHDT is looking at that site right now. Matter of fact, I think they might have spoken about it just this week here at one of their meetings on what are they going, how are they going to tackle that site. It is looking to be a little bit different from what all of the other sites are going to be like. But everybody, I keep, well, not here, everybody, but I've heard it a few times, nothing is being done in town. But something is going to be done in town. But nothing wasn't done in Northside for quite some time too. We built Bordentown, we built East End, we built West Bay, we built Georgetown, we built Windsor Park, we went all around, and now we ended up in Northside, and then Northside back to West Bay now, and East End, and back now, back into Georgetown, and Bordentown. Well, Madam Speaker, also with the lots that we have, that we are handing over to NHDT, NHDT will be able to go out and build these individual homes throughout Newlands, throughout Bordentown, a few in Georgetown. I can't even say Georgetown Central or Georgetown North, but there's what I would consider Georgetown. I think there's 1 or 2 in Prospect area. There's 3 or 4 that was in the West Bay area. So NHDT is well on their way to building homes. I am very ambitious about building homes. It's one thing I always wanted to see, and I know that one of the main things for Caymanians is to own their own home. And there's nothing better than to know that we're going to be delivering some keys this year for Christmas to homeowners, new homeowners in the country. First-time homeowners. Madam Speaker, we have a well-good board that is working very hard. Madam Speaker, we have spoken to developers on how to get them on board. And I must say, Madam Speaker, not one developer has asked me for any due to concession or anything yet when it came to building affordable homes. Not one. They have never said anything about that. What they have really asked for is how do we get the lot sizes a lot smaller. Right? That was their main focus. The land is the most expensive thing. How can we come up with a partnership where government could actually put up even some of the land and they build the homes on them and bring the cost down? That is what some of the developers have asked also, to be able to get back into the affordable market, to keep the costs down as low as possible. Madam Speaker, most of these homes that we are building have great equity built into them. So these homes, and I think we also talked about efficiency for them. Madam Speaker, all of our NHGT homes have been, are all with spray foam. Now, it's the first time ever been done. All the roofs are all standing seam on them. The air condition is your top Sears in them. Madam Speaker, we know that electricity is one of the highest things next to your mortgage. So we have tried to put everything in there to make them as efficient as we can and try to keep them on time, on budget also, that people can afford them at this time. Madam Speaker, one thing that I would love to do is to add solar to all of the homes too. I would love to take them all off grid. I wouldn't mind every inner city home come off the grid, where we wouldn't have to worry about them out there having to worry about the high costs and CUC bills like what we spoke about, just what Airball spoke about this morning. Madam Speaker, so majority of the stuff that is in this motion, we are already on our way down the road doing a lot of this. Madam Speaker, the motion talks that there's currently some 700 persons on the waiting list. Madam Speaker, of course, the waiting list started to move, to climb up higher once people knew that NHTT was building homes again. The list has went as, and I want to, it was reported, it says here that in 2021, the waiting list was reported of being 400 persons. I assume that must be true. But, and now it's over 700. But yes, ma'am, once people can take NHTT serious and know that they are delivering homes now, we have people going to there to sign up every single day. Madam Speaker, there was a slow period in times too, where NHTT had a very slow time where they were just waiting on planning approvals, and while they were waiting, we decided that NHTT should get into home repairs. So this government went out and we put money behind to start to help the most vulnerable with home repairs also. We realized that a lot of people had leaking roofs and we wanted to get them dried in. We gave them money to dry in, and we gave them money to do larger repairs. So now, NHTT is not only just dealing with building homes, but they are also doing repairs at the same time now. And I must say, this is as busy as they have ever been. And I think there is still an opportunity to push them a lot more harder to build more homes. There is still that time for them to get out there and put an RFP out to be able to work to see what's the appetite with the developers to work with them. We are going to deliver on the site in Georgetown. What I know it as is the NHG site by the old Cox Lumber. Madam Speaker, I heard people talk about the Linford Pearson land. Madam Speaker, we could have filled in that land right now, and we could have started building homes there too. But Madam Speaker, the price that I have gotten to what it's going to cost to fill that land right now, I could have gone out and built about 16 homes. I could go down into Apple Blossom and build 16 homes for what that is going to cost us to fill right to the minute. Madam Speaker, it's not only about just the filling part of it, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, what I am also worried about is the people in Randike. Madam Speaker, if some people don't care about them or not worried about them, I'm not going to say they don't care about them. Madam Speaker, I have taken very concern that if we do fill that site, what damage it's going to cost the Randike again. Madam Speaker, we have development just to the west of Randike, and Randike comes to the east, or the NHTT site comes to the east. And Randike will become a larger sink area if that site is developed to the minute. Madam Speaker, we as the government need to figure out a relief program for that area, to how to move the water a lot faster so that we can get that before we look at developing more in that area. Madam Speaker, because if we do go and develop that site today, we might as well put money in the budget to try to buy that out Randike. Because, well, we may have to just buy it out and clear it. But that is what is going to happen. Madam Speaker, you will need a boat to get down to those people in the rainy season. It won't be water boots. You will need a boat to get to them. So nobody won't have to roll up their pants leg this time and put on their water boots and walk down there. The water going to be a lot more deeper. Madam Speaker, when we cleared the culvert for that site, I went down the South Sound myself to see how fast the water was running down through there. And the water was gushing out there like it was a river coming down. Matter of fact, the leader of opposition even thanked me for cleaning out that culvert, because he says, he saw all of the water running out and he realized that, what good it was actually being done for Randike. Well, may agree with you on that, sir, but somebody got to maintain it. Well, and that's what I'm telling you now. If we develop that site now, you won't walk through it again. You'll have to take a boat to get in there. So I think we are all in agreement with that it is too low. But can you imagine the effect that is going to take place if we do what we have to do to bring that site up to standards too? Right now, the water that flows from there flows to the NHTT site, land, and goes down into South Sound and out to the culverts. So that is what I'm saying, is that if we do develop that right to the minute, we're going to have a bigger problem on top of our hands. Or the government's going to have a bigger problem in their hand. Not that we do not want to do it, but in the meantime, this is why we have identified these smaller lots and did an exercise with the Minister of Lands and her chief officer, or acting chief officer, that should be chief officer. I'm going to say that because he is probably next to one of the best. He should be the chief officer by now. Had did a well-researched through on the land register map and identified several parcels. So, Madam Speaker, we are in the moving to getting more houses. We know that NHT can't build themselves out of houses. We know that no matter how much money we have, how much time, resources we have, we just don't have the manpower to build it, to get the numbers out there. We know that we have to be able to work. It's not only just about them, but it's actually working with developers to be able to get them out. But, Madam Speaker, what we have to keep in mind too is the price that we sell the houses for compared to what the developers can sell them for. Madam Speaker, there's no developer that can sell build a house and sell it for what NHDT is doing them for. Because the government basically gives the land in for it, so you really pay for the infrastructure part of the bill. Madam Speaker, the valuation on some of them homes, and I would just remember looking at the valuation of the homes in North Side, the 3-bedrooms just valued at almost $400,000, and you're getting them for 180,000. So there is tons of equity in there for the people. That lease to own program will help those that have been turned away by the bank already, that the government is going to help and assist, because we realize that the banks, because of the high interest rates. So we know there is a place to play there. But with every developer that is doing development, usually tries to keep about 20% that he would love to rent. And that is where we looked at and taking that number and said, okay, we're going to keep 25% of it, sell 75%, lease 25% back. NHDT would have funding coming in every month. But Madam Speaker, one of the things that NHDT also, or I want to look at with NHDT, is that we get into the renting section of it also. Now, it's so funny, me and the colleague from Georgetown North had a chat maybe about a month ago about a property, about looking at buying a property that would probably be fitting for NHDT. And Madam Speaker, I had to agree that that property would have been fitting for NHDT, because what I would love to see is NHDT owning their own assets so that they could go out and borrow money from the banks without government putting in that injection all the time and borrow it off of their assets that they have, where they can go out and putting into the rent to own, and where they can come back and maybe help my good colleague, Minister Andre, next door here with his renting problems that he have, and there be income that comes in directly to NHDT every month. Now, it would take government to put the injection in to help buy the place, and then NHDT takes it over and continue running it. And, if the 1 or 2 properties that we have looked at so far could bring in close to $80,000 to $90,000 a month rolling in rentals. Madam Speaker, if NHDT could do something like that, where we could get there and we could start to own apartment blocks also, that takes care of part of this motion. I think that the member from Georgetown North brought. All good ideas. I think they're all good ideas. I think everybody in this house wants to see the best for everybody. We want to see homes delivered no matter what side of the aisle you're on. Madam Speaker, so I just want to say that it takes cash to care sometimes. And I think as my good friend across the aisle always uses that line, say it takes cash to care. And one of the biggest things some of the most calls that I get, Mom, when I thought about this lease to own was that when you got into this lease to own, some of the most calls that I got was when people would call and say, I got turned down from the bank, I can't qualify for a home. And I have 2, 3 kids, I need help. How is the government going to help me? Madam Speaker, I have dealt with some of those calls. I've sit down, I've talked to some of the experts in the banking industry, gotten advice from them, ran it across them, came back, we've altered, we've made changes, so we could almost think that we have got a document that has become, not to say it's a perfect document. I don't think there's ever anything of a perfect document. But it is the only way that I could find that we help the most vulnerable in this country. Them Caymanians, those Caymanians that the banks don't want to take the risk with. Madam Speaker, even to our own banks also. Madam Speaker, when we're even looking at this lease to own, we have brought down put in a small interest rate into it. Madam Speaker, we've had some great things, some great ideas before the Minister of Finance, or ex-Minister of Finance, left the government, of some great ideas of how we are going to finance the most vulnerable in this country. I'm pretty sure he may speak about that in his speech. I won't get too far into it, but we have found a way to help them. And this is how we're going to help them. Madam Speaker, I know it's after 1 tonight, or in the morning. So, Madam Speaker, I don't think I'm going to be much longer. But I just want to say that National Housing is a hard-working team down there. I want to thank them for all of their hard work that they are doing. Yeah. I want to thank the Deputy CEO, Ms. Leda Nicholson. I want to thank the CEO himself, Eric Bush. They are on top of National Housing. They meet with them, they come back, we meet, we talk, they go back, we meet, they keep them online, we keep them going. I wanted to thank the team down there, the board, all of the hard dedication that they are doing. Madam Speaker, and I must say, and I'm telling you, they work very hard. They have, sometimes I'm hearing that they are all down there all to 7 o'clock at night still meeting, because we have a board that is passionate about delivering homes for the country just as much as each and every one of us here in this house. And Madam Speaker, housing and food security are two top priorities that we need to continue looking at. Cost of living, 3. Madam Speaker, if we can deal with those 3, I think we are doing the country justice. Madam Speaker, we talked about one earlier this morning, the CUC one. Madam Speaker, we talked about the GG Ham program, which is going to be great. That's going to help people out there. Now we're here at NHTT and about homes and about helping developers get into the field to help us push housing more. Madam Speaker, today has been lined right down. Every one of them has almost been about how we're going to help each and somebody. So I just want to wrap up and thank the member for bringing the motion. And I want to thank all the other members too that supported it and those motions that came before. Speaker, sometimes as a minister, you would love to bring certain things to the house and you just can't get it done. But sometimes God knows how to work things in mysterious ways. Not saying that the progressive government or the opposition government did me a favor, but it gave me an opportunity to have the mic to speak about it, which sometimes we don't get the opportunity to get on the radio to tell the people your story. So I want to thank everybody tonight.
Elected member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I filed my motion I knew it was just before the cutoff on the deadline, as I was like my motions to be last because I'm a person who normally go to bed 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, so these are my times now where I'm fired up and ready to go. Madam Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to this motion, and first want to start by thanking the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition for bringing this motion. But Madam Speaker, I must go on record as the Honorable Minister for Housing mentioned in his contributions, that if there was one minister that I can tell you that made the Minister of Finance work, it was the Minister for Housing. And I recognize, Madam Speaker, and I was hoping that you would have probably touched on the what I was going to mention, and maybe it's more, I guess, from the technical finance side, but one of the things that we accept, Madam Speaker, when the minister came, sat down, and he says to me, well, I need to go build at least 200 to 400 homes in this session. What do we need to do to make it happen? The first thing I remember saying to him, I like that. I'm one of those go big or go home type of mindset. And the minister, exactly like that. I remember from very early on in the SPS process, the 3 priorities that he wanted was the food security, was the housing, and also to increase productivity by improving the road network so people can get to work earlier, leave earlier at a decent time. I remember those things being his 3 things that he was passionate about. And that's one of the things, Madam Speaker, when you hear me allude to the Caribbean Development Bank, that initiative came as a result of the minister, where we decided we needed this money, we needed this line of credit. And that was what pushed my team to reach out to the Caribbean Development Bank to secure the line of credit. Madam Speaker, earlier on, I spoke about the different type of loans that we have in the sense of how banks treat certain loans. Commercial loans are weighed 100% to capital. Residential loans are weighed 35% to capital. But loans guaranteed by the government are 0 weighted towards the capital. And Madam Speaker, if we're really serious about going get to this point, I think this is what the Deputy Leader of the Opposition ultimately is on the right track with, is that ultimately we need to recognize that government cannot build every single home inside the country. But what the government need to do is to incentivize the private sector to build those homes. Now, one of the things, Madam Speaker, that the minister did ask my team to look into at the time was how could we guarantee certain loans to the developers to basically assist them. And I think the plan was, and correct me, Minister, if I'm wrong, was that the developers would then go to the National Housing Trust and pitch a plan in terms of the house they want to build, the quantity of materials that they would have used, and also the price point for the home. And then once it's approved, it falls within a certain time frame, a certain price point, a certain quality and everything else. From that standpoint, then the government would look at maybe guaranteeing the loan. And that would have actually worked out much better, Madam Speaker, unlike the GG Ham, where you could be guaranteeing a loan for quite some time, because these homes, as soon as they're built within maybe a year or 2, the government guarantee would fall off. And I think ultimately, Madam Speaker, that is the right way in which we should look at in terms of incentivizing the private sector. I am not one of those, Madam Speaker, that believe in big government. I believe that the private sector has a role to play, and at the end of the day, we have said it over and over, one of the things that have made the Cayman economy a success is that we are a private sector-driven economy. But we also do recognize, Madam Speaker, and I think that's one of the things that the minister also mentioned, was that there are some people that would not still qualify within the traditional banking. And the idea right there was actually to have those homes now be the focus of the National Housing Trust. And rather than try to get people to pay those homes off within, say, a 15 or 20-year period, we look at maybe a 30, 35, 40-year period, allow 2 generations to pay for the home, and in that way we can start tackling in terms of the quote-unquote, I think the term the minister used was institutionalized poverty. Many of us have grown up inside here, and I can tell you even from my days in Georgetown, families that I grew up seeing poor, I've seen their kids and their grandkids come up being poor. And it's really sad in an island with so much prosperity that we have in some families institutionalized poverty. So I think those were the 2 focuses in the sense of there were some homes for the middle class people, and there were some homes that would have been for the upper or upcoming to middle class. And I think that's where the focus was. So to collapse all of the things that I want to make a point, Madam Speaker, and I hope that the government seriously looks at it again, is to guarantee once developers come and say, well, I got 5-6 acres of land, I can build 20-30 homes on it, this is the quantity of materials to be used, this is the price point, and then from that standpoint, once we agree to it, we can give them that government guarantee where they can go to the bank and basically get the funds to basically build those homes and sell it, of course with certain other steps and everything else in the place. And I think that is ultimately the best way in which we're going to deal with those problem in Cayman. Because at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, you can guarantee whatever mortgage you want. If people are not building the homes, there will be no homes to guarantee, there will be no mortgage to guarantee. So I think that is the out-of-the-box thinking that we need to start looking at in the sense of how we can actually leverage a government balance sheet to really help our people in that regard. And I think that is where the priority needs to be. So, Madam Speaker, when, like I said, I know firsthand the amount of work that the minister gave my team at the time and what it was that he wanted to get done. And I commend him, and I really hope to God that the new Minister of Finance gives him the same support. I don't know what has happened to that $100 million line of credit that was earmarked to help a lot of our elderly people who would have had a lot of equity built up in their home. The balance on their mortgages would have been about 150, 200 at most, and you could have easily helped between 400 to 500 families at this point with an interest rate of roughly 5.25%, which would still have been way less than what it is that they're paying now, and allow them to continue. Madam Speaker, I remember the morning when I got that call from a constituent of mine. The first person I called after I came off the phone with the lady was the minister. And in a nutshell, when she found out what she had to pay, in order for her to afford the monthly payments, she had to extend her retirement by 3 years. And she wasn't even guaranteed a job. I mean, that little woman had me on the phone for more than 14 minutes and I couldn't even say a word. Just flabbergasted. So this again, Madam Speaker, is what it is about. And again, like I said, at the end of the day, all 19 of us inside here own this problem. Ours is not something just for the government. This is something for every single one of us. And this is where we need to really tackle it. So it does require, Madam Speaker, for us to start using the government, leveraging the government balance sheet. Just as though we're assisting homeowners, let us do the same for developers if they meet a certain criteria. I think that will go a long way. And again, Minister, I'm begging you, please, we did the legwork, you asked for it, the team delivered with the Caribbean Development Bank, and there was a lot of funds even set aside in that to help with solar and everything else too. And that's where we're going to really get this done. So I support the motion, and I just want to go on record to really thank the Minister for the work, the passion, and the commitment that he has made on this. As like I said, the man works, and I've seen it firsthand. So I know where his passion is, I know where his commitment is. And clearly, by the move of the motion, bringing it, you can see where his compassion is also, both with the GG arm and also with this. And that's why I said what I said earlier, is that this actually completes the cycle. And I wish both motions were literally back to back. I think it would have made more sense at the time. But, it was filed differently, or it's on the order paper differently. So with that said, I support the motion, and Minister, I just want to say continue doing the good work that you're doing. And I just open the budget that there'll be money set aside to really help our people. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does the mover of the motion wish to exercise his right of reply?
Yes, Madam Speaker, just briefly. 1:15. Madam Speaker, to be honest, if I felt that I would have an opportunity, if I hadn't waited so long, to be honest, to get that motion into the House, I probably would have withdrawn it, because I don't think we did it justice at 1 o'clock in the morning. I don't think the productivity is there, the attention isn't there. And certainly, Madam Speaker, I will do my best to continue to promote and support the government in achieving our goals of making home ownership, making the ability to have a place attainable for all Caymanians. Because we're not just talking about low budget housing, but we're talking about those that would, and I covered that in ideas such as looking for RFPs and providing Caymanian landowners, whether it's a couple of duplexes or up to 20 apartments, the ability to get their properties developed and government in return receiving the ability to sell, rent, or whatever some of those units, but also for the Caymanian young professional, young family that would like to buy in one of those little complexes, has a nice little pool. They don't really want a yard. They don't want a house out anywhere. They want to enjoy the Caymanian dream as well. And it's in those sorts of developments as well that government can put incentives in place that in return they get units within that complex at a price that the NHDT can put Caymanians into. But either way, Madam Speaker, I don't know if the minister thought that I was criticizing the NHDT, but I certainly wasn't doing that. They're doing a tremendous job. They've always played an important role. There'd be many, 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 many more homeless Caymanians had it not been for the NHDT over the years. I just feel that we need to become a little bit more innovative, and we need to find ways to allow all Caymanians at all levels to be able to achieve home ownership or to have a comfortable place to live, and not have it done on the backs of the government, but to incentivize and to promote the idea for the private sector to work along with the government or to take advantage of the concessions available so that they can also contribute to this cause. So those few words, Madam Speaker, I think the government will support it, and I thank everybody for their attention at the wee hours in the morning.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers developing and incentivizing more private sector built affordable home ownership schemes and home rental schemes, with such homes employing reasonable energy saving measures, including solar panels. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, no. The noes have it.
Madam Speaker, can we have a division, please?
Yes.
Honorable Wayne Panton. Absent. Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
No.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
No.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
No.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks. Abstain.
Madam Speaker, the standing order said that before you put the question, you can change the vote. I'd like to change my vote to aye.
No.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks. Honorable Andre Ebanks.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. The listening public either is still awake or when they see this tomorrow might be confused. Could you just maybe, even if it's just for the benefit of the listening public, put the question again? Where did I lose the thread? Please.
Question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers developing and incentivizing more private sector built affordable home ownership schemes and home rental schemes, with such homes employing reasonable energy saving measures, including solar panels. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. Are we going to do a division?
Madam Speaker, may I have a division, please?
Thank you.
Honorable G. Wayne Panton. Absent. Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly.
Aye.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan.
No.
Honorable Sabrina Turner.
No.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks.
Aye.
Honorable Andre Ebanks.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I know it's a binary choice, but I abstain.
Honorable Bernard Bush. Absent. Honorable Dwayne Seymour.
Aye.
Miss Heather Bodden.
No.
Honorable Isaac Rankin.
Yeah.
Aye.
Honorable Makiva Bush.
This late in the morning? Absolutely, yes.
Honorable Roy McTaggart.
Aye.
Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Aye.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell. Aye. Absent. Miss Barbara Connolly. Absent. Honorable Sir Alden McLaughlin.
Aye.
Mr. David White.
Aye.
Mr. Christopher Saunders.
Aye.
Division number 20, private member motion number 8, CIG program to encourage private sector schemes for affordable homes. 10 ayes, 3 noes, 1 abstention, and 4 absentees. The ayes have it. Private members motion number 8 of 2023-2024 is duly passed.
Private members motion number 9 of 2023-2024. Motion to create a select committee to review fuel in the Cayman Islands, to be moved by the elected member for Bordentown West and seconded by the elected member for West Bay West.
The elected member for Bordentown West.
Madam Speaker, I rise to move private members motion number 9 of 2023 standing in my name. And the motion reads as follows. Whereas the Cayman Islands Constitution Order 2009 affirms the Cayman Islands to be a country that maintains prosperity for its people, and whereas the prosperity for people is being eroded on a daily basis by the high cost of living that is also caused by high fuel costs, and whereas oil companies are reporting record-breaking profits, and whereas Section 70 of the Parliament Standing Orders allows for the establishment of a select committee to assist members in exercise this function under Part 4 of the Constitution, be it therefore resolved that the Parliament establishes a select committee before October 31st, 2023, to be chaired by the Minister of Planning and consisting of no less than 6 other members to review the cost of fuel in the Cayman Islands and make recommendations by February 29, 2024 on how to reduce the cost of fuel in the Cayman Islands, and be it further resolved that in the public's interest, some meetings of this select committee be held in public.
Is there a seconder for the motion?
I beg to second the motion.
The motion has been moved and is seconded and is now open. Open for debate. Elected member for Bordentown West.
Madam Speaker, I recognize that today is a long, long day and that this is the last motion for the night, and I'm the one standing in the way of people going home. So, Madam Speaker, I am mindful of a quote by the great, late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., where he says, cowardice asks the question, is it safe? Expediency asks the question, is it politic? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? And conscience asks the question, is it right? And there comes a time when a man must take a stand that is neither safe, politic, or popular, but he must make a stand because his conscience tells him that he is right. Madam Speaker, I want to start off by thanking the Honourable Member for West Bay West. It was in preparing for his motion, the earlier one that we did, private members, motion number 1, where when we looked at the whole CUC issue, where we started looking at an analysis of all the different CUC's bill. And as I said earlier, I went back and looked at all the CUC annual statements from 2009 right up to 2022. And one of the things we noticed was that the fuel factor was pretty much the main driver behind a lot of the costs. And one of the things that we looked at, Madam Speaker, is that it took me back to the point where we also had a Public Accounts Committee meeting where the Auditor General did a report on off-reg.
Honorable members, I just ask for some order while members speaking.
Sorry. Thanks, Madam Speaker. I recall, Madam Speaker, a Public Accounts Committee hearing where we looked at off-reg, and we started looking at the fuel issue. But unfortunately, due to other events that popped up, I think it was a global pandemic and everything else, we never got a chance to really complete that review as is. One of the things, Madam Speaker, I remember coming out of that review was when we brought in the CEO or the country manager for Rubis, and we asked him to explain how basically the fuel prices ended up in Cayman, pretty much from when they bought it to when it came off the boat here. And at the end of it, Madam Speaker, if memory serves me right, there's around $2 of fuel that could not have been explained other than to say Cayman is a high-cost jurisdiction. Madam Speaker, as I said before, I looked at the fuel costs, and I can say over the 9-year period ending up to 2021, the total CUC fuel costs was $963 million US, which is roughly 809 million CI dollars. And during the same period of time, Madam Speaker, the value of imports came in was 1.13 billion. In short, Madam Speaker, CUC accounted for 72% of the costs over the 9-year period in terms of the actual value of fuel that came into the country. And Madam Speaker, when we also look at the actual fuel costs that CUC basically reported in their own annual statement, in 2016 they reported $2.23 US as the average cost for a gallon of fuel, diesel that is, which was $1.87 CI. For 2017, they actually reported $2.77, which was $2.33 CI. For 2018, $3.10 US, which is $2.60 CI. 2019, $2.83 US, which is $2.38 CI. 2020, $2.10 US, which is $1.76 CI. And in 2021, $2.90 US, which is $2.44 CI. What jumped out, Madam Speaker, is during the same period between 2016 to 2021, when we looked at those numbers, we also looked at the ESO numbers in terms of the actual cost of diesel during that period of time. And Madam Speaker, just for comparison's sake, for 2016, CUC's average diesel cost was $1.87 CI, but the average as reported by ESO was $4.03, a difference of $2.16 or 115%. For 2017, Madam Speaker, it was equivalent to $2.33 CI. ESO reported $4.18. The difference was $1.85 or 80%. In 2018, it was $2.60 per CUC. ESO had $4.53, again a difference of $1.93. And Madam Speaker, this continued on right up to 2021. So then I beg to ask a question, Madam Speaker. Bearing in mind that the primary difference between the fuel costs at that point is that the CUC fuel is at 25 cents duty, whereas the other diesel cost is at 75 cents duty, and you look at the difference between the price and you realize there's a significant, in most cases, in excess of $1, or in some cases up to $1.30 difference per gallon between what ESO reported as the average diesel cost versus what it is that CUC had. When you, even granted that CUC is also buying in bulk, so I don't expect the same prices at the pump, but the difference was actually quite significant. So, Madam Speaker, when you do start factoring all of those issues, and then you recognize that we do have a problem with fuel in the country, where if CUC has used up 72% of the value of fuel coming in over the last 9-year period, then the question is, the other 28%, are we to believe that all the boats, all the planes, and all the cars account for the other 28%? You see, Madam Speaker, this is the question that remains unanswered. So, Madam Speaker, the question is then, what is it that we're going to do about it? Are we just going to sit down there, accept it, and say to somebody, we'll get somebody to look at it and come back and tell us what? Or we can exercise the privileges of this honorable house by creating that select committee to basically say, you know what? Let us bring in all the players inside here. Let us get to the answers. Let us get to the bottom and find out once and for all why the fuel cost in this country is so much. We started it before, but like I said, because of COVID, we didn't get a chance to finish it. And I think this is the ideal time now to finish it because, Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, the futures for oil next year is way worse than it is for this year. In some cases, we're talking almost 70 to 80% more predicted by the summer of next year. And what we don't want, Madam Speaker, is for when it really rolls around again, because if people are crying now, it's going to get worse. We need to get to the bottom of this, and if needs be, see where it is that we can even source alternative fuel or what it is that we can do. But the bottom line about it is, Madam Speaker, doing nothing is not an option. So with that said, Madam Speaker, and recognizing that there are a lot of unanswered questions, that we need to get to the bottom of. And rather than meet behind closed doors and have another committee sit down there and another report go someplace else, we just make up our mind to say, you know what? Let us exercise the immunities, the privileges, and all of the different privileges that we have in this House and get to the bottom of it in the best interest of the public. So with that said, Madam Speaker, that is pretty much one of the reasons why I wanted this committee to be formed to look at it, to complete the work that was already started. And Madam Speaker, I just want to close and make one point. I do recognize that this can be quite an emotive issue. As a matter of fact, my first campaign back in 2013, fuel was one of the big things that was at the centerpiece of the campaign at the time. And I remember being on the UDP ticket. I remember getting a call from a senior member within the party, basically telling me to leave this issue alone. I went to Mr. Bush, and I said, well, you know, so-and-so called me and tell me to leave this, and his response was, tell him to usher him out, you push on this. And this is something that's been outstanding for the longest while. There's work to be done. I think we can find 6 competent members inside this House that can get this ball rolling. And like I said, I know it is something that's also passionate for the minister too, and see if we can find some solution. Colleagues, I'm going to leave you all with this story. Well, an article that I came across where they looked at some politicians who had lost re-election, and the question the reporter had asked them, if they knew they were going to lose, what would they have done different? And they said they would have played it less safe. They would have been more bold. And colleagues, I'm saying to you, this is our opportunity to be bold. So with that said, Madam Speaker, I hope that we can get together in this House and find some solution or find some resolution to give the public some relief. But doing nothing isn't an option. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If no member wishes to speak, I'll ask the mover.
Madam Speaker, it is
Elected
that
member.
late in the morning of the next day, but I want to thank the mover. As the mover has explained, and I knew that because I'm the seconder, but listening to him saying what his intentions are and what we need to do, I certainly have to support this motion. I would never have seconded it if I didn't intend to support it. So, Madam Speaker, I don't need to say any more than to thank him and hope that we can get somewhere. No one can say that the fuel cost in the country is not high. And people can complain and be wrong, but people can complain and be justified in complaining, and that's what's happening in the country. People are saying that fuel, that better can be done, and we don't know. Again, I'm but a layman, and I welcome the opportunity if we can get a committee, because that's the next thing. We have to be able to get the select committee. And I hope that happens. But I would take the opportunity, certainly, to be able to question people from the outside, because the committee will have that ability to call witnesses. So, let me just stop there, Madam Speaker, and say, certainly I support the motion.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable Minister for Planning and Infrastructure.
Madam Speaker, just quickly, I just want to rise to say that this motion to bring this select committee for fuels to this House, I think is a good one, Madam Speaker, because fuel is something that is affecting everything across the island. It ties in to the very first motion this morning. It ties into the rise of for the cost of food. It hits right across the board to just about every single individual. And Madam Speaker, the people business can't be done in dark. Madam Speaker, I love the idea of having the people business being done live, televised, and down here on the floor of the House. We are here to work for the people, and they must see us working for them. They must see us out there asking the tough questions, what they want us to ask. Madam Speaker, I've had one individual alone send me about 15 or 20 questions that we should be asking the fuel providers or whoever else that is summoned to come to this House, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to rise to say that I support this select committee for us to put together to see how we can look into this, to deal with the high cost of fuel, Madam Speaker, because fuel has been one that I think I've been trying to find a source to how do we deal with this. And the member for Bordentown West knows several times me and him have spoke about fuel. And let us figure out what we can do about fuel. Where we can get it sourced from, how do we get it done, how do we work with the fuel providers, how do we get the fuel providers to work with the people? How do we get off reg to intervene with them and do the delivery that they should be holding the fuel companies accountable? When last have they did any fuel checks? When last, who have done the quality of the test of fuel that we're getting in? How do we know what we are doing? Madam Speaker, there's several questions that I would love to ask the people. So, Madam Speaker, yes, I'm not going to go over and tell them any more questions that I want to, but right now, I'll save it when we get down there. But, Madam Speaker, I think it is a good thing for us to start off with this, to see where we can get out. And once we get the information, we compile it together, we put together a group, a working group, and we move forward with it and present on our findings, or what solutions, or what we are, give our steer to what we would love to see off-reg look into when it comes to the fuels. And it's a wide topic when we talk about fuels. It's not just gasoline and diesel. It can be other fuels at the same time. Propane. It can be other people that we call in that have the expertise that can tell us information of what we should be looking for. Madam Speaker, we should be, even to some of the car dealers, we should be looking to call in, because I've heard before that certain vehicles can't be sold here on the island anymore because they said the quality of the fuel that we get is a problem for some of the vehicles. No, I don't know how 100% about it, if that's all right, but I've heard it enough. Madam Speaker, I've heard it from the diesel industry, the heavy equipment operators, of how the diesel is affecting the quality of their motors. So, Madam Speaker, I think it is high time now and a long time for us to look at how do we deal with this fuels. And I thank the member for Bordentown West for bringing this motion and forward, and I look forward to working with everybody in this House. Although it's only a few left in here. Hope that doesn't show what was come for select committee, but anyhow. If it is, I think we still have enough to start. But not to go on any longer, ma'am, but Madam Speaker, but it is a start, and it is a start, I think, in the right direction. So I thank you all, and I look forward to voting yes and supporting this.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I'll call on the mover of the motion to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank the Honourable Minister and the seconder for the motion, the Honourable McKeever Bush, and every other member for their tacit approval. One of the things, Madam Speaker, I remember speaking to the Minister about this motion before filing it. And one of the reasons why I wanted the Minister particularly to chair this committee is because this Minister actually works. Madam Speaker, many of us inside this Honourable House, and for the viewing public and listening public, can tell you in every single parliament around the world, you literally have parliamentary oversight committee where parliament members bring members in from the public to get to the bottom of issues that are affecting your country. We have tools like this available to us, Madam Speaker, and for whatever reason, we find it very difficult to use it. So I am happy that we still have a fairly young parliament. There's a lot of young members inside here who have not taken up a lot of the different, bad habits of members who have gone before, who just don't want to get to the issue. So I think this is an ideal time once and for all for us to have that adult conversation and really let the public understand, because, listen, people in this country is being ripped off, and that's the bottom line. And we need to understand, follow the money, get to the bottom of it. Because like I said, the answers that was given to us at the Public Accounts Committee at the time was $2 a gallon of fuel that could not have been explained, other than to say Cayman is a high-cost jurisdiction. And I remember saying to the CEO or the country manager, the reason it is a high-cost jurisdiction because you made it a high-cost jurisdiction. So with that said, I just want to thank all the members, and the motion calls for at least the chair plus 6 other members. I would definitely volunteer. I think the honourable member from West Bay West said he would have volunteered in terms of trying to get some resolution to it. So I'll just ask to put it out there. And also the Honourable Minister for Tourism and Ports, I know that is something that would be valuable to him too, because one of the things that also affect Cayman as a jurisdiction is the price of aviation fuel, which again impacts in terms of even some private operators, whether they choose Cayman or not. So I think it's a good step in the right direction, and I'm looking forward to working with other members in the House and the Honourable Minister to get this beast tame once and for all. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the Parliament establishes a select committee before October 31st, 2023, to be chaired by the Minister of Planning and consisting of no less than 6 other members to review the cost of fuel in the Cayman Islands and make recommendations by February 29th, 2024 on how to reduce the cost of fuel in the Cayman Islands. And be it further resolved that in the public's interest, some meetings of this select committee be made in public. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. Well, I see the light on, so just wanted to make sure. The ayes have it.
That's one. How about?
Did you say something, member for West Bay West? Huh? Private members' motion number 9 of 2023-2024 is duly passed.
Madam Speaker,
I crave your indulgence in respect to just one matter of select committee, and maybe the Deputy Premier can help give guidance, but my memory serves me well. Once the select committee is done, you can take the decision of the House to decide who the members are right afterwards. I know the motion has been supported for its chairperson, but rather than trying to set up a meeting for deciding who the members are going to be, I'm not sure of the provisions.
Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I wish on behalf of the Honourable House to thank you for your indulgence and the members of the staff of this Honourable Parliament, in particular our official members who endured until the wee hours of the morning doing the people's business. Madam Speaker, it's my distinct privilege and honour to now move a motion to adjourn this House until 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's traditional that we start at 10, but because of the lateness of hour, we would ask for the House to vote in affirmative to return at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
The question is that this Honourable House do now stand adjourned until 11 a.m. today. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Madam Speaker, I was supposed to want to speak to the motion. Madam Speaker, I just want to register my thanks to you for your perseverance and the way in which you conducted today. It was very professional, very mature, and it did not go unnoticed. And I just want to thank you because there was a lot of stuff we got done today. And I just want to register my thanks to you, Madam Speaker, for that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I can opine on that comment to say I support what he just said. I think today's proceedings showed that we can be efficient, and I think it has been because of your guidance as Speaker that this is probably the first time in my political 6 years in politics ever seen 9 motions in one day. So you should be congratulated in that respect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.